Meeting to order. All right, roll call. Tammy. Judy. Here. Will. Here. Myself. Zane. Here. Brett. Here. Bobby. Here. Pete. Charlie's absent. Consideration, discussion, and possible action to approve, disapprove the minutes for the June 26th meeting.
Is this lady the judge or the superintendent? This rabbit.
She's good. Amber? Superintendent. The judge is too bad. Just see for that. I just wouldn't know if there's also minutes for our meeting that was scheduled last week. It just says meeting not held due to failure to post notice. That's at that point.
There's an echo on that.
I'll try to bring them. Or Griffin or something.
Yeah. Do I hear a motion to approve the minutes? And a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item 4, consideration, discussion, and possible action to approve, disapprove the financial report.
Okay, so there's two different sheets. The first one is the invoice one that has the statements attached. Because when we set up QuickBooks, it only pulled from July 1st forward. So from the last meeting I got, the May 11th one, till July 1 is what this sheet is, and there's not much that happened there.
This is all the foundation stuff, isn't it? Yeah.
I mean, for the other one.
Okay.
I just, in case, I put it
Yeah,
there.
good job, Jason.
Just figure out something before you got too far down.
No report. No action taken. All right, consideration, discussion, and possible action regarding the voucher system for the payment of fair exhibits via the county clerk's office. Ms. Reese.
Okay, well, good evening, and thank you for having me. I'm Tammy Reese, as he said, and I will give you guys a handout of this too, just so that you have it. And I've tried to make it very detailed so that you will know exactly what's expected. But the voucher, the certificate of award is what's recommended by the state auditor's office, and it looks like this. It's blank here where it says the county name. So before you have them all printed off, I mean, I would just suggest you type in K County so you don't have to write them in. And also, I think it would be great if you put 2026 on here someplace. If you want to put 2026 K County Free Fair, just so you have the date and we know the date or the year that they're being awarded. One thing that I wanted to say is you might want to have these printed out on a distinctive type or color of paper, and I would also suggest getting an embossed seal. And I have all of this in notes that I'm going to hand to you, but I would do that, and that'll just help prevent duplication if somebody tried to duplicate it, because who is going to be collecting, they will not monitor this, they'll just, whatever's given to them, that's what they're going to pay. So the Fair Board will need to issue each participant a fully completed certificate of award. And it needs to be completed in the way of, like if it says the sum of, I would write out, just say it's a $4 award. I would write out $4 and then over here, just the number 4. That way they can't put a 1 or another number in front of the 4 and make it a $24 award when it was just a $4. So you need to write that out. So that's just another way of preventing something from happening, because the bank is not going to, no one else is going to know but you. The other thing, the award, if they do not redeem this award before December 1st, they will not get the award. So that needs to be stressed to whoever's receiving the award that they need to collect it before December 1st. We have 2 banks that's willing to help us with this for convenience of the participants, and that's Equity Bank in Newkirk, and then Equity Bank on Grand Avenue in Ponca City. So that's where the participants will be able to take this award and get it cashed. Like I said, I have all of this. I have this for you. You can look it over, and if you have any questions, we can pass these out. And like I said, I tried to explain it in writing to you so you would have them here. So you can see what I'm talking about on the certificate. I don't know. You can go on the OSU County Training Program. It's where the voucher was full. So I don't know if you can do that or not. I'm not sure.
That's what my question would do.
Yes, I know.
Different sizes.
I mean, the voucher size is fine that way, and then, but just before you have them printed off, that's where you might want to fill all of that in just to save.
Put it in something added on there, or can use it, so we can see that right on there.
Yes. You can edit it just so it has this information on it. So if you wanted to type one up yourself that just has the same type of information. Yeah, it is on the OSU County website. I'll just leave some extras here. You want to give them to others?
What were the 2 banks? It's Equity and...
It's Equity Bank.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, it's on that. The launch.
Will there be specific people at Equity that take care of this, or is it supposed to be any teller?
I think when you tell her, they didn't give us a specific name. If I find that out, I can let you know. But they did not tell us a specific person.
Would it be helpful for them to have like a printed list of what boards we handed out? In
They
other
don't
words,
want to monitor it that closely,
Okay.
I'll tell you that.
I just thought-
That's been made pretty clear. Yes, but I will ask if there's a specific person they should see.
When it comes to your more common names, this thing is a real liability. And as far as I'm concerned, as myself on the board, I hope the rest of the board would be in my position of saying, anything that breaks down on this is not on the board. This is between the treasurer and the board recipient. So when we start getting phone calls about, they're not going to give it to me, they say we can't have it, or that's not our problem. This is beyond us. So, I don't, this isn't fail-proof by any stretch of the imagination. So, that's my strong opinion on this.
So this has already gone through the commissioners and like, about,
Do what?
this has already gone through the commissioner meeting and stuff on how to pay.
I mean, yes, it didn't go to the commissioners meeting, but this is how, that the treasurer and I have set this up, because
Okay.
this is what we were recommended to us by the state auditor's office, so.
Let me clarify my position a little bit too. Is the biggest holdup or the biggest failure potential here is that the bank's not going to, basically make sure that there's not, like with these common names especially, that they don't have a list to work from. Or, handing out cash is the slip that this isn't something that anybody I'm speaking as a banker, this isn't something that I would want my teller to have to deal with. It's just not.
I will ask if there's going to be a specific person, but.
And at that point, now the more specified the person is for making sure this is done correctly, the more issues you're going to have with people having to either find them there that particular time that they go, or make sure they're there ahead of time, whatever. It's just not real convenient to anybody on either side. So anyway.
Because the county banks with Equity Bank, that's.
I get it, I understand, and they're probably doing it
They're
because of
doing it
that,
for, yes, as a favor.
but, and I'm glad it's not us.
But they will not monitor, that's why the forms need to be, the embossed seal needs to be on there, and it needs to be completely filled out. It will be important, because whatever you put on there, that's what they're gonna pay, and then the county will reimburse that, so.
Is that your embossed seal there?
No, that's what I'm gonna use for your other office.
Is Equity,
You'll have to get an embossed seal.
is Equity retaining this voucher at that time of payment and submitting them back to you?
Yes.
Only problem is if you get some kids and it's 20 items and they place on 15 of them, you got like 18 of them bills, and then they'll come back and say, oh, I lost one for $5.
But wouldn't it just be one per recipient? There would just be one of these per recipient, not for each. Well, I guess that's up to us.
That's not the way this looks.
No, yeah. It's on an individual. Yeah.
Seems like it'd be a little more.
Now, my question is, could you put this like down here at the bottom, and then have you some lines down here, say they place first, third?
You can, just so you use the information that's on this part of it, you can add whatever you want to it to make it easier or better for you guys. This was just what the auditors recommended us to use, and I don't care how you change it, just so you have this information on there. Like the banks, listing the banks and the banks locations.
say 4 per paper or something like that, and have like a perforated papers.
You can, I mean, we don't care how you set it up.
Right.
We're just recommending it this way. But I don't care how you set it up, just so that it can't be duplicated. You know, that's our main concern.
Do you have recommendations on how to hand them out or to?
I've never been a part of that, so I don't know how you guys will work on that.
Okay.
We're gonna
Probably
need,
somebody's gonna be there, somebody hand them out and they come pick up all their canned foods and all their other stuff.
You're never gonna be able to do that, 'cause there's gonna be people that grab their stuff and walk out. You need to know somebody who knows everybody in there. You never know, it might be their, I don't know, husband or something, come to pick something up. I feel like we're gonna have to have it in the mail once from now. And then a lot of them will get returned, but people don't put the right addresses on them. I mean, that's on them. That's not on us to
I'll just say
literally
that
handle it.
the county, for example, they had to pick up on Sunday. That's when they got paid. Like it was straight, you only got paid if you picked up on Sunday.
There's a lot of places that get it done.
And it's a rule, like it's a rule set up front that you have to pick up on that day to get paid. It's not like that's a different thing for different parents, like that is a common practice. Mailing out your premiums is not, that's not practice.
70, whatever, since the letter now is,
Okay, here's kind of after it closes on Saturday night. We go through there with a bunch of these already cut out. Write their name on it, first place stapled to their tag. Because there ain't gonna be nobody in there on Sunday except for the one picking up.
Well, then we have concern somebody just take stuff. Cause it's not like they're gonna be asking for ID in the bank, I assume they're just gonna be, you know, especially because like a kid's not gonna have an ID match.
They should have to sign that they received them all before they leave. Whoever's responsible for picking them up.
Well, that's another one, they're just signing out your stickers.
Yeah.
Whether that's our teacher signing them out or whatever, but
I mean, I guess
usually projects aren't released without some sort of documentation.
if people don't care about getting their premiums and they don't sign out, then I guess it's no harm in foul, just don't get the premium. You know, if they don't properly sign out, they don't get a premium, but if they just want to grab their stuff and leave, then we can't really do that necessarily. Fully. There's plenty of people who don't cash in for premiums, they don't care. But I think you're right, having it through that sign out of some kind is probably the only good way to do it.
Fairworks makes them check in, Fairworks gives us an option to make them check out.
You guys have claim tickets on your tax already. You guys already have claim tickets, why wouldn't you just, if you had a bunch of first places for somebody, write down their numbers, and if they give you their claim checks, you give them their voucher. You know what I mean? Like, that would be the simplest way to do it, is go through ShowWorks, because it gives you a list of your placings. There's no entry number on it, but I'm sure you guys could figure out how to fix that, because your claim checks don't match that. But you could write down whatever the claim ticket said, because it's a duplicate with the perforated, right? They take that and they bring it back. They give them to you, you give them their voucher, you're done. That's your checkout procedure. They don't give you their claim check, they don't come and see you, they don't get their number or their voucher.
so each superintendent would basically be responsible for.
You would just need to make sure your superintendents know that, because some of them do not check people out, some of them just let them go.
And if we did it this way, it would have to be advertised like that way in advance. Like people would have to know when they check in, leave, before fair starts, whatever it is, that this is the process. There needs to be no blindsiding or changing any of that. Like, if we decide that that's up front, made aware from the very beginning.
If they don't check out on that day, it's the next day and say, I'll have them check out, and still get them if you didn't do it
Well,
right.
what happens, I mean, this is my first one here, what happens to projects that aren't picked up?
They get put in the fair office and they organize a day to come pick them up, or they get thrown away, one of the two. And then the second half of that is some people like to pick up their stuff early. There are some situations where we've got 4-H kids that are leaving town and not gonna be here or something because they're showing up in the city, because that's a real significant issue this year. And you're gonna have FFA kids the same way. Are you gonna held them to the same standard and say, well, if you're not here to pick up your voucher, you can't, or come and pick up your stuff, you can't get paid, or how are you guys gonna handle that?
Don't we have other people picking up their stuff already?
Sometimes they
Are we
don't.
gonna allow those people to pick up the voucher?
Well, I think it all comes down to your plane ticket, you have to pick up the plane ticket, and then,
So-
I mean, I don't wanna do the building, so.
Presentation of a claim ticket equals voucher. So whether it's grandma, grandpa, aunt, uncle, cousin, brother, sister, neighbor, coming and picking it up and handing it to them, as long as it has their name on it, I guess. That tells you, but
you could still have them sign in with it, or like, sign out with it anyway. You know, we have a printout of all the exhibits anyway, even if they submit their plane ticket next to that line of exhibit, they should still have to
Sign up to you.
sign it into that it wasn't.
We need documentation of who presented the claim ticket,
Yeah.
especially if it's not.
I think we're gonna have to iron out all those details by the next meeting, or at least the one after. We gotta get it advertised pretty quick.
you for sure have to tell all of your superintendents, not just us.
Well, this is how we're doing it, keep that on myself. It wasn't gonna be a big useful thing.
You wanna make a motion on that, Brett? A committee or
Do we need a committee for it?
I think we need something in writing to go on. Actually, I mean, we can adopt these tonight, but the process we need to figure out. We got
We need a procedure.
a procedure.
Well,
Thank you.
before we vote, I do think some things for your waiver, if you put this in the motion, we should add on this waiver what banks can be used. And then I know it asks for the person's name, but their person's address. I don't know if that helps.
We already got that on here.
Well, no, on your ballot.
Oh, about that.
Because when these are collected and gone back,
Put on the what dress, sorry,
what?
put on the exhibitor's dress or the bank's dress.
No, I mean, you need to add what banks can be used,
Yeah.
this needs put on there, but
Thanks, man, cross check nothing, so I don't know that you really need to.
If they see a pink slip come in, they're just gonna pay it, right? If it's,
you don't want that for later on when it goes back or anything?
What's being presented is, don't lose the damn thing.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, again, the bank's
Well,
gonna
then-
be checks, so it's like if you lose it and somebody picks it up,
they're not checking to see who.
So then I think your writing needs added, there needs to be some sort of writing added that these will not be replaced.
I agree with that.
I've got another question. Your livestock exhibitors who don't pick up on Sunday because those animals don't stay, how are you gonna distribute those? I guess that's part of your process.
I think you do it on that thing when the class is placed.
nobody's ever.
Okay.
Have a stack of them there ready to go.
Okay.
Well, I mean, yeah, someone designated for or whatever, but
Yeah. I was just seeing, because you're talking about Sundays, so I just was,
I think
Because you're
you'll
gonna have to place one for class, and then when we show for champion, and there's an award for that too, correct?
yep.
So then you're gonna have to fill out another one for the same animal for that award.
I think whenever, whatever we decide to publicize, it'll have to be broke out by like livestock exhibits, here's your rule,
Okay.
indoor exhibits, here's your rule. I mean, your horse people, you're not gonna have them come back either.
Well, yeah, they end on Sunday though, just like your exhibits get
If it
picked
weren't
up.
for the horse show, we'd be able to wrap this up by Thursday night.
No, people
And we could have a special meeting on Friday with the whole list, and everybody could actually have a check presented to them when they come pick it up. It's just the horse show that messes that up. So,
10,000 each for the horse show.
But if you keep up with it after every class, it's not. As the class is happening.
It does say superintendent's signature, so I put that on there.
I think that means the general affairs superintendent.
Better get your rubber stamp.
Yeah, it says me.
Secretary, superintendent, put it on.
Pick you up a box of ballpoint pens.
Yeah.
I do make a motion that we put it down, make a committee, but I don't know who we need.
so are we, the risk of being overly complicated here, are we gonna need to retain any copies of these? Like, so we're gonna need a duplicate paper for these?
That's only if you want that.
It would be good.
Yeah.
The only reason I'm asking is if you're not, then I'd suggest whoever's getting to sign all these from us, better just order a stamp.
Like the state manager got there.
On the stamp.
Well, I know we did this when I was in high school, we did, it was 3 papers. The first thing we got the top copy, just a white copy to take to the banks, and then there was a hard copy that.
There's probably an element that if they had to present 2 copies, like, they'd have to tear it off at the bank, and then that copy they took would be the one that's presented back to the county, and the recipient keep the top copy or something.
Yeah.
That'd be an element of kind of cross-checking that it's just not been altered. It's gonna be hard to have
But
2 pieces of paper identically stuck together.
that means your embossed stamp needs to be on.
You'd emboss through all of them together.
I think you only want to emboss the ones that get presented to the bank. The other ones you would want to emboss, just so there's no potential. Because ideally, the bank would only take whatever the top copy, the white copy, this white yellow thing, they'd only take that one, but you should have like, just emboss whatever the top copy is. The rest are just copies too, of what the amount was and who. So, they don't need to emboss. Because then being embossed is just there.
So they can't be.
Yeah, right. Yes, you wouldn't want to emboss any of it, just the top copy.
I don't know how to get off in the weeds anymore in this, but my boss said, are you talking about an ink stamp or a print stamp? Because the print stamp's where I'm at.
Correct.
You have to be raised.
Right.
Has to be raised, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Because the printed one's gonna be easy enough, I can copy them all day long.
Right, 100%. So,
And the boss one, you're not gonna be able to copy anything, and get it to have the rough edges.
making sure the data is on the same page.
Brett.
All right, what's your motion, Brett?
We create a committee to get this figured out by the next meeting. Try to get all the procedures lined out, we can figure out where the emboss stamp from, what it needs to say, how much it's gonna cost. If y'all both have to sign, and you're gonna need at least one, maybe 2, because somebody's hands gonna get tired after about 3 or 4,000.
Yeah, we got at least 3,000.
Now, we back purpose, we usually have to squeeze it like a pair of pliers.
I'll second that.
All right, got a motion and second for a committee.
Who are going to be the member?
Who wants to volunteer?
I'll be the member.
I can do it, I've been on all the other ones, like. There's 3. Do one more.
Tia, okay, so we got Brett, Zane, myself, and Tia as a committee. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Yes. I don't think approving it is I make a motion to approve the use of the voucher system.
Alright, so. Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the voucher system. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Alright, motion carries. Alright, consideration, discussion, and possible action regarding the signing of an oath in office. Ms. Terry.
Okay, so I am here to present the oath of office to you, and we can do it as a group, so we don't have to do it individually if you would like. I know that this copy will be for you to keep, and then I need the other 2 copies, but I'll need you to sign each one, and then I'll have to put my seal on it. But if you guys want to stand. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will support. Obey and defend the Constitution of the United States. And the Constitution of the State of Oklahoma. And that I will not knowingly receive. Directly or indirectly. Any money or other valuable thing. For the performance or non-performance. Of any act or duty pertaining to my office. Other than the compensation allowed by law. I further swear that I will faithfully discharge my duties. As a member of the Kay County Youth Fair Board. For the County of Kay. State of Oklahoma. To the best of my ability. Okay. Okay.
Or blow off.
$3 a year for a month.
That's okay, I'm joking, liking this.
Only one.
That dawns on me again, I might just send a text or a message at that moment when you think about it.
It's why I'm here. I need to change now.
I know.
I'm glad to, because I've been hot all day.
That's why I don't have goats out. And I was like, well, that's not good. So I opened the gate and they said, oh, gas. I said, oh, wow. And I ate the weeds instead. I don't care what it is. It was warm. It was warm.
Thank you. All right. I'll take a brief.
I'm just trying to make this thing move along.
Like a Mexican restaurant. Keep it cold.
So,
I have a question in the chat, and that might be a difficult thing to do. I don't go to work without nuts. It brings them. I've been forgetting that.
Mr. Reese, thank you for your time tonight.
Hey, sorry, that's always in the barrier, that's what it is.
Oh, it is. It is what it is.
She said, "Here's your practice."
All right, moving on to item 7. Consideration, discussion, and possible action regarding the adoption of new bylaws. Okay, so we had a committee on that. I think we have postponed that to a later date just because things got out of whack last month.
I would like to just say maybe we should put that off until the first meeting after the fair, because we're getting kind of down to the wire. We need to worry about the fair, we can do these bylaws after the fair. We managed to make it this long without that, what's it, 2 months? 2 months.
All right, about that. I think there's the actions
The only thing I'd say to that is that, I mean, the equipment we've looked at, we were priced, you know, based on that specific equipment, then, I guess, I don't know what scratch it is.
No, we're on different. Talk about the bylaw.
Sorry.
It's okay.
We're talking about the bylaws, putting it off till after.
You're like me, it's not even on right.
Tomorrow's meeting, all right?
Till after the fair. Yeah, I'll make that motion, put it off to the meeting after the fair.
I think that's a good idea. Okay, motion to have a second.
Second.
Okay, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Okay, so, item A, consideration, discussion, possible action regarding the final fare book changes and payment for the PDQ printing. So, I wish that we had done this earlier, but it didn't happen, this is for 350 small books and 15 larger books. And they're editing, the price will be $1,150. So, email I got.
Is that how many books you'll use for?
Is that coming out of county money, or is that coming out of foundation?
I'm thinking, yeah, it'll come out of county money.
How many books was that?
15.
15 larger books. I told them one like a full page, because those other ones like that big.
And you do that, but have to go back and get.
Oh, yeah, the other one we like that.
I'll call tomorrow. Did agree. But yeah, it needs to be done ASAP.
Yeah. Will y'all make sure I get one of those books, please, because every year I fight for one,
Yeah,
and you're lucky, I'm lucky if I get one.
we'll get you the.
Thank you.
What, we need a motion to accept purchase of our fair books?
Yeah.
What's the amount on that?
1150.
1150. You,
Yep.
I'll make a motion that we purchase these fair books from PDQ for $11.50.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion second. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you. Item number 9, consideration, discussion, possible action regarding insurance. I don't think we have anything on that right now. We just did.
For the meeting, you know, through all 30 days is about as far out as you're gonna get.
as long as it's,
They don't want to even talk about it.
as long as it's approved before the fair, it's fine.
Well, we do have 2 meetings next month.
2 meetings in August.
Hopefully we'll be able to get it closed first so we can get it approved.
All right, so no action on that. Moving on to item 10, consideration, discussion, possible action regarding the following items for the 2026 Key County Free Fair judges. I talked to a couple of the superintendents. I had the chicken judge contact me today. He said he hadn't been contacted by Doug, but he would still like to do it. I said, we've got it on the agenda tonight, but it's the same judge we had last year. It's Richard Peters. I haven't heard any positive or negative about him, but probably the judge is the judge. Our Force Superintendent Christie said she's working on finding a judge. We have lost Lori Morton, our sheep and goat superintendent. She is not able to do the be a superintendent this year at the fair. So we reached out to
Bart Cardwell.
Park Harville, and he was willing to take on the responsibility of being a sheep and goat superintendent. That's all I know as far as judges.
Your cattle superintendent wants to know what they're being paid, so you know what to tell people when you ask them.
Oh, we approved this, but I can't remember if it was for this or if it was for the livestock show. I'm just double checking.
I don't know what it was. I don't remember what it was.
Do you remember what?
No.
So that was the livestock show that we had done?
Yeah.
Okay. That was when we had the whole discussion about the sheep and the goats being.
Yeah.
Okay. We had talked about
That's it. Some judges for the fair a few meetings ago, but I don't remember if livestock were included in that or if it was just the building judges.
I don't remember any amounts. I remember you guys saying who you preferred and let superintendents pick. In the past, indoor exhibits have been 75. I don't know about livestock. I know typically it's a set fee plus mileage for the fair at the state fee.
I was thinking that when we had last year, we paid him 300. But
Did he judge it all though?
no, he just judged the cattle show.
For the fair?
For fair, yeah.
That's a lot of money.
Well, for some reason I was thinking 300. I don't know if that counted his mileage and his,
I want to say it's like 150. I want to say. Plus mileage. I could be
we
wrong.
didn't make anything for the fair.
Need to probably look back at the records on it.
Yeah, I think we just copied and pasted what it was last year.
One of the sheep and goat judges was Cooper's Snare. Cooper Snare.
Whoever votes from Payne County goes to extension, it's indoor. Who, Karen and Tammy?
Karen Harvester.
Yeah.
I think she judged Wayne City and everything.
I thought we paid last $150.
plus mileage. They caught him coming from another show. He stopped here and then went home. And the way I understood it, they paid him from the show he left till he was getting home. So that's
It
what.
wasn't a round trip, it was
Okay, the
just,
first series was $617.60. So obviously there's mileage and whatever, so.
Two speeds still.
but he did 2 fees.
Is it on it, do we previous year's minutes or anything?
No, that's correct. That's fine.
Guess you guys can vote on them now.
What?
I guess you guys can vote on them now.
Would Beverly,
What is a fair amount for that? 'Cause those are short shows.
what did Stacy Dawson do?
SDS.
There's only gonna be 2 livestock judges in there because there was no pig.
They're all
Right, right. So it'll be
I
your,
can kind of see that guy for the cattle.
Yeah.
Josh Taylor,
That sounds right.
his was $353 worth of
A lot to pay for your judge.
Yeah, and he was coming from somewhere in western Kansas, and I think Charlie was telling me, he's coming right by here, and he said, we'll stop by and judge. And he lives in the southeast part of the state.
So most of that.
So most of it's mileage, because it's like 70 cents a mile.
No, this other guy.
The cattle.
Yeah, the cattle judge.
I just judged a show this weekend in Kansas for $75 plus mileage.
I'm thinking 150 on the cattle and maybe 200 on the sheep and goats, plus the mileage.
Like 150 flat feet plus 50 free traditional species kind of thing.
Well, I do 150 for cattle, 200 for sheep and goats combined, and then the mileage.
Okay. I'll go to same way and end up with the thing this year.
150.
Yeah. And then do you pay your horse judges?
What's that?
Do you pay your horse judge?
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Well, you gotta remember, it's
That's been kind of a mess.
Well, it's technically one day, because you don't really,
In the county for, trying to remember the story on that last year, but I think it came in the county.
I don't remember.
Yeah, it was
Marge Oakford, wasn't it?
yeah.
She did the horses.
her mother would be literally like,
Hers was $261.
so she probably got 250 probably.
So that'd be $125 a day.
she'll work a lot harder than everybody else.
Yeah.
Well, and then you're gonna pay your chicken and rabbit and judge the same as you're paying your regular livestock judges, or you
They got paid.
What was her name again?
They did.
Heather. Yeah, look up Heather Plummer. Palmer.
Hers was $294.
And she comes from Cushing.
So,
So you guys pay her like $200 to judge rabbits.
I think it was like 150.
Well,
150, 175 to come judge rabbits.
how far is it from here to Cushing? 80 miles?
60, 70 miles.
Like 7 miles.
70, okay, let's say 70 miles, what we pay a mile?
70, about 70 cents a mile. I think it's 70 point something, 72 is gonna be.
Okay, $49 per mile, take that off that price.
That's a lot to pay a judge. Especially for rabbits. For a county show.
Try to find it.
It's hard to do, yeah.
kinda got you over there.
I'm just curious, because that's more than most other county fairs will pay judges. So, I mean, it's not necessarily a bad thing, but that's on the upper end, if not the highest I've heard.
And we don't have
Also, some of these have a lot of exhibits compared to a lot of counties do.
the chicken and stuff, but like the cattle and the sheep and the goats are not.
They're gonna be way less this year.
Right. So we should take that. It should absolutely be less than because.
I don't know if we were gonna last much longer than last year.
Well, it's not necessarily the same judge.
Yeah.
I mean, in cases, I guess that chicken judge will do it.
And the rabbit goes to the judge.
And profit fuel is what, about the same, a little higher? Yeah.
Point 72 point, or
What was it for?
Point 70.
Problem is that at this point in the year, it can be pretty tough to get them. So unless, I mean, if there's actively still on the team, you're trying to find the ones that are done. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're hooked up. They're even off that day. They just probably can get up at that for the evening. But I mean, that's the direction I'd go. I'd try to find some that are.
You know, I think it's like everybody over time, that's, you know, they get in, keep on doing the work.
Your superintendent, I think.
But we will see the superintendent, we can find the judge for him.
Okay, if you want to piss off the superintendent, go right ahead.
Superintendent.
I ain't touching that.
Find out the judges.
You ready for a motion?
I'm ready for a motion.
Well, so you want to kind of break this down in pieces so we don't have a longer list of them?
Yeah.
So, Cal, I'd make a motion to pay 150 plus mileage. Chicken goats, 200 plus mileage. We have any pigs, 150 in mileage.
Those just big.
Yeah. See,
Right.
rabbits. Lord.
Rabbits.
Say what we did last year. What'd you say it was, 200? Plus mileage,
Both.
150 plus mileage. I'm good with that.
Wasn't your Robert Joe's the one that got paid 291?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, how far were they driving?
Fishing, so round trip, me,
I like the 140 miles.
yeah,
So it's probably, they're probably paid 200.
that's what I'm thinking. We got poultry, right? What we did there last year.
It's probably the same as the rabbits.
That already agreed, was he already told the price?
Did he, it's the same price? No, he didn't.
Okay.
For the 200 mileage. Is that what we did?
I thought we did.
I thought it was 150, but
That show is huge.
there's a lot. That's what I
That's
got.
a big show.
The chickens is a little,
It takes all day.
I'd be good with 200.
I think they get,
that's a little more justifiable, so there is a lot. That is, they will be real gardens for poultry.
Then, horses, getting 125 a day. Plus mileage.
Good bad part about it, you have to pay them mileage 4 times. Because they're coming up and going back on Saturday and coming back and going back on Sunday.
But isn't she just 12 miles away too? If they use the same one.
Yeah, it's more
The same one.
If it's the same one.
Is that all the,
your indoors already set.
yeah, this is all that stuff.
Indoor.
I don't know that you guys have said it in a meeting. I think that's just been kind of how it's been. I guess you just pay us that time. And then indoors it was a day.
75.
I think those are fair amounts.
Are you paying indoor exhibits mileage or not?
I think they do get the mileage. They usually do. Yeah. plus mileage for cattle, 200 plus mileage for sheep and goats, 150 plus mileage for pigs, 150 plus mileage for rabbits, 200 plus mileage for poultry, 125 that day plus mileage for horses, 75 plus mileage for indoor goods. Is that your motion?
That's my motion.
Okay.
Motion is second. All in favor of those amounts, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Awards. Did you guys have an opportunity to see what we had, or?
I blanked. You definitely, okay, I guess my biggest one, because your 4-H and FA get separate ribbons than the fair ribbons. Do you guys store those? Okay, there's only one random box of those in there. And they're random places. So, 4-H and FA, what they're in the order.
I don't know, FFA was a recent addition, I don't think they've had their own specific ribbons, I think they use K County Free Fair ribbons, but I think they would appreciate FFA.
Well, there's some in there with just bold emblems. I think it's how it looks.
I think those are probably stock show unless they say K County Free Fair on them.
No, it says free fair.
Interesting.
There's some old ribbons in there.
There's some old, those
That's
are
why I didn't know, that's why I'm asking, because I don't
ones from
know.
last year just have the 4-H emblem on them. And like the OHC have their emblem on them.
I didn't see any of those.
Well, they're probably either A, out, because I think she had to seal some ones last year because there wasn't enough work.
Would the one with the combined logos be just like livestock show ribbons possibly?
Probably, if I had to guess.
Or like you said,
Or they could-
they said free fair. They said free
That
fair.
I'm just saying, because you won't know
Yeah, so,
till you run classes, but as far about the building exhibits, obviously it is.
And they're like open class ribbons, obviously, too.
well, yeah, so for open class, we definitely get more than this place. They're, no, there's a lot more than this place. There's only one flat of first and one flat of second.
That's like 25 years. You're saying like a flat, I mean like,
Like a box, like a flat box. Oh, I did not put there and count all the
okay,
The other one, the fourth and fifth choice had like there were multiple boxes of them.
do you open the box with it?
Yeah, so they're like,
They need those.
what? I have never been to this fair, so I have no idea what you guys need. I was probably not the person to go look at these.
We probably should reorder what we ordered
And
last
then-
year.
I would order what you ordered last year plus more for OHC. At least one more flat for OHC. Because they did have to use regular open class ribbons last year, and that was a big deal.
And then the third place, there wasn't a flat box, it was like this size of the box, and it was for a third place. And then throughout it, is random little boxes labeled different regions that had first and second, so.
How long do you usually take to get records?
There is a rush charge. If you don't get it within 30 business days, I think, yeah, we'll let them know. They can get them to you. 10 days. Probably 7 business days. I got these in the meeting.
You took care of it last year, didn't you?
Last year, I just ordered what, the best order the year before. I don't know if we ordered any, I don't think we ordered any additional, I think we just ordered what she ordered the previous year.
am I understanding right, we need FFA and 4-H ribbon and in addition to the others, other than therapy,
Or the, but, like I said, I don't know how many y'all use, so.
So, okay, this will be a little confusing because of how they do their invoices, but there were 3,900 2x8. Those would be the smaller ones that would be given out individually. It doesn't say the amount of each placing, but there's 3,900 in total. And then there were 179 of the 3x12. I'm assuming that would be like the champions and the reserves.
Okay, so the ribbons I'm looking at too, or ribbons that have strings on them? Or
These are the same thing.
little short ribbons?
2x8's not even.
Okay, well, there was a tiny little short ribbon brand.
Those are like ones on from the wall. That short 2x8's fairly big. The 2x8's kind of, they'll be in bundles of like 25. I think it's 25. We had 3,900 of those. Again, I don't have the placings. Should have another invoice of those. Okay. In 2024, I have an email release. Last year, we had, okay, 2024, which I think is exactly what we worked last year, was no, that wasn't right. We worked with 3,900 last year. So we did additional. I'm trying to find the specifics. I thought I had the, I just had them in the books. I had the general invoice, not the breakdown. In 2024, we got 1,500 first, 500 second, 500 third. We obviously was more than that last year. How much more I know.
How many days ahead of time do you need them, did you say?
I think it's going to be 30. No, 30 business days is what it is. If it's not within 30 business days, there's a rush on fee of like $50, something like that.
How much, you're looking at to do the same order? About,
But does that order have the OHC and the 4-H in effect?
It should, I just don't know what's on there.
The next meeting, the 10th?
The third, I think. I think it's that first one, and the third one. What I'm looking at doesn't say. Yeah, there's OHC ones. Yeah, they're like the OHC groups.
The 10th?
guys approve them out, and then look at the numbers you have, and then just get a thought once you do that.
We approve it now, and up to, and just get word, so we get the way to rush. You can tell us about how much we spent.
Obviously not enough is what you're saying.
Well, if you ordered the amount from last year plus 10% for your first, second, and third, that should be enough. So,
But you said OHD ran out last year, so that's what
Yes.
it wasn't enough.
well, you ordered the same amount last year for OHD, and they had a lot more first and seconds than they did fourth, fifth, and so on.
Okay.
And then there were missing rosettes, and the rosettes need to probably increase too.
Okay, there were
So that's,
a lot of those were empty boxes.
yeah, but.
There's a bunch of empty boxes, is that really good?
Kind of like I was saying, you could look at Shellworks and go back to last year's entries and then add 10% or whatever to your first, second, and thirds, and then go from there. After you count how many you have down there exactly, and know how many you have left.
Do you have added, any added divisions or anything? That would be for rosettes or anything?
So last year was 22.94, 12 cents.
2,300.
Yes. Because there was 3,900 of those first, second, and third. And again, it's not a fully itemized, so I don't know how many of those were 4-H and FFA, how many were OHC, and how many were just general. There's a ribbon place change charge, but that's for them like changing the text on is what that is. And that's like $4.
What text did we change?
I think that's just the difference between 4-H, the FFA, the OHC.
Oh, okay, good.
They're just different jobs. They're in charge of one for that, I think is all. So again, this is not, it's pretty general.
Their price for each credits, we have to change.
Yeah, they have to change what the,
Well,
what,
that was all nerds from last year, all the way to this year.
yeah. It just says,
And then I did all that stuff.
and there's some other ribbon place change charges, but those are for the, bigger ribbons, the rosettes.
How much was the rush fee out of that 2,200?
It was not on here. Freight was $17. I'm pretty sure the rush fee was like $40 to $50. I think is what it was. It wasn't a lot. In the grand scheme of things, but
Our budget was 2,800
last year or this year?
for fair awards.
That's all.
It's all awards. So I don't know
What you're
what, I don't know what we're doing on some of this. We've done other things for,
Talk about,
or we have,
what's it, the class?
yeah.
He gave me a proposed design, $10 a piece.
What do we have that we do flags for?
We'd have to do.
You've got plaques for my crop exhibits, so small grain and summer crop, both youth and adult. You've got plaques for your Grand Reserve down in the show barn, every species, and then you have one for your champion reserve, champion showman for those species. And then at one point in time, we had issues with a plaque or a buffalo for the horse show for your junior high. I think that's all your plaques.
Someone said pedal for that, and not for that.
I don't remember that being that much, but it could be. I don't think it was. The only other plaques I could even think of would be,
Rush order is 50.
if you guys are doing the Lyman rodeo, if you're doing awards for that, that would be included in whatever you're doing. Or like a relay one or something like that.
Well, stuff like,
Your stuff from Lyman Rodeo last year.
That we got, all right.
stuff like the Lyman rodeo and the pedal pole, that's back in think the only ones that should come out of county funds should probably be, like exhibits.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything else should come out of foundation or some third-party sponsor.
So is there not a list somewhere to do that? Flags that we ordered or?
It's in the book. It's labeled flags in the book. I think it says award or something.
I don't have enough ones, so I'm going to do the invoices for those flags, and I'll just add the amount we paid. I don't have any items. We'll give them a can class out, but we begin to class out for like champion livestock. Yeah.
Got flags. HPC and the challenge, we have 2 or 3 divisions, the showing field. Just the champions probably on that, right?
You get rosettes too, or not rosettes, you just get the big.
We gotta do the showmanship and weather showmanship again.
I don't know.
Well, you don't have to, that was a split decision in the middle of the show. Just gonna clarify that because I've asked, and that does not happen at every show. Though they are shown different. And we can determine, I'm just gonna say that way. That was a split decision by.
We ordered 41. We ordered 41.
I think they're about $10 a piece.
Yeah, they were exactly, it was 410 as a piece. Yep.
He does $10 a piece of those.
They were,
Was that including all the last minute flags you guys got too? That you forgot on that order again? I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to be mean, I'm just asking.
That's for kids.
We really need to make a list of what we want to do.
We can never know.
I just approved your amount and
This
make it
was-
fit your budget.
this invoice was September 7th. So I think that is because I think we had originally approved 350. And then we had to reapprove one for 410.
Well, we can see what we
41 was the final. 41 was the final.
I wanted to make sure,
Some flags, and the rest of it goes to
because those were
ribbons.
refreshed.
It's some over 2,800.
$410 in flags and $2,200 worth of ribbons.
But we need to increase our risk.
So,
So, can we make a motion to spend $2,800 on flags and ribbons, and then we can get the list and get the order to avoid the rest of it? Or do we have to approve an exact amount for each one?
It would be better for, I mean, especially because I've got, yeah,
How much did them ribbons cost last year?
22.94.
Well, I kind of like to out of the foundation
foundation pay for the plaque, that way it leaves just 2,800 for, the ribbons, because we don't know what they're gonna cost.
We use one of our special ones for like special events.
I mean, the foundation can pay for the plaques.
Let's do, okay, so, just throwing this out here before we make a motion, okay? Let's do 450 for plaques, that's 45 plaques, which is 4 more than we were last year. Right. So that way if we miss something, maybe 4 will catch that. And then the balance from 2,800 would be for ribbons. So,
$2,400.
2350 for ribbons, 450 for plaques. And that equals our budget at 2,800. If that's not enough, they can throw in their little ticket and they get their money back. Put that in the minutes.
Well, you can't look against it. We have to know what they're on. Goes.
It would be probably for the best to reach out to somebody in OHC to get an estimate. I know they're not going to know exactly what they need. They're just going to know that they ran out. So if we knew like how much they would like by, that would be great.
There's a list of entries for them and divisions for them. If you call the office tomorrow, they'll give you the numbers. You can go through, because we've got 5 clubs, 6 clubs, however many. If everybody brings the first 5, then you're in good shape. But obviously, not every division will have an entry. Most of them. At least some.
All right, so do we have a motion on that, dollar amount?
I'll make a motion.
Do I have a second? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Okay, Pastor, on the design for plaques, you guys like that idea or not, or you want?
One comment.
Yeah.
I don't know what this, when I posted something like that on Facebook, the only comment we got multiple of is that looked alike last year's. Don't know if that matters. That was a very big comment from our Facebook post.
It's a pretty much thing.
So that's why what I was doing on Facebook got changed, because that was the same comment on everything.
It's nice, it is.
Is that marked up the same wood color?
Is that
I'm
the
just talking
logo?
about the little stripe thing.
Is that the logo we've already approved?
No, yeah, it's approved it.
Yeah, okay.
That, the guy we get the plaques off of, he just drew that up, so,
He was also on the logo.
yeah.
So he had one.
He is, we're on those, so.
I don't know if you want to, we can use them if you want. I just know that that was a Facebook
That's,
comment.
he would probably put on whatever we want, it's just, they'd be $2 a piece, so that's whatever you guys decide.
I know the minute she posted something with this on Facebook, it wasn't within 10 minutes, and there was 2 or 3 people that commented how it's not even hardly different than last year.
Right. Yeah,
Coca-Cola. What's the
I was gonna say, is there something wrong with having the same thing to have some kind of,
Yeah.
I think people like it being different, so like, yeah.
So, do we even check our Facebook page? I didn't. This is what I very quickly, roughly made up, just for Facebook page to stop the comments. Very roughly, I'm just gonna say that. And when I made it, very, you saw what I made?
Can I see that again?
Yeah, hold on.
I think there's nothing wrong with having a brand.
mean, and I remember the fair shirts being exactly the same for years.
The
Just
bottom
different
had
colors.
flags when I did.
Yeah.
That had flags.
Well, it's always just a different color, did you know? Just making
So,
sure.
I don't really care, you don't have to use them.
That's what I'm saying, just making sure gray or blue with the front. That's good.
Now look great.
Well, I mean,
But the design is different on the shirts. The design was always different on the shirts.
Yeah, we're talking about the color of the shirt.
Yeah, but the design on the front was always different.
Design and
You know how many I
wear slash
made
model.
Well, museum has all the shirts. I mean, you can go back for years and see it.
I mean, Tall State Ferry is the same logo every year.
I think I know the last 8 years.
people turn to say,
You're never gonna hear from people that are concerned.
Not on Facebook.
making everybody happy.
Every single year.
I say just make a design, or stickers, or whatever. Matter to me.
Like I said, I don't care. Really, it's not better than me. I just know what was on there.
Did you design it?
So,
I mean, this is pretty generic, but I don't think that's a bad thing. I don't think everything needs to be very intricate, unique. I think it being a little generic is fine.
Is that a motion?
Or it, once you take the year off of it, just so you don't have to worry about some of these things that are like flags. That we don't hand out a champion hog flag, we got a rare Asian Athens.
but if they make them a certain way, usually they can change your time.
You can reprint on them.
Yeah.
Because they're not the etched in kind, you can just reprint over it.
Yeah, there's your printer. You can just take it off.
Because I've got some leftovers from last year, he's just gonna reprint over for this year.
Okay, so where we at?
We're still on the boards.
Still on boards. Okay, so do we have a motion on the plaques?
I'm gonna ask this question. I don't know if this matters at all. If you go that direction, do your shirts and everything, do you want it all to look the same? Because that
I
does
think-
not look like your shirt. That will really make people mad.
Yeah, the shirt is,
Those people collect those shirts. I found that out real
that
fast.
can be different. That can be different.
Okay,
Do the shirts.
gonna ask. Okay.
There's that, you know, they don't need to be, not everything needs to be uniform.
Because that was, I'm just telling you what I was informed of.
Unless you want to be uniform.
Well, y'all talked about a brand, I'm just asking, do you want it all matched or do you not care?
I'm still very proud of that. Safety.
All right, so do we have a motion for the plaque design? Or scrap it, or?
Nobody else said it, I'm gonna say that one over there.
All right, have a motion and a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? All right. Anything else on boards? We discussed all we need to discuss. Okay, moving on to entry placing books, entry/placing books.
That's the little green things. I want the box.
They're the, carbon copy.
Those little things.
Yep. Wait, those are old or?
Those look old.
No, they're
Those are
People
old.
have preferences.
Those are good. I think.
These are the ones that want.
So what's that?
Okay, so I left the big box in my car. But there are random stacks of unused, half-used, partially used. I don't know how many of those pages you used. So, I don't know if we need to order them, or we use one for each category. I'm not really sure about any of those.
I go through 3 books.
3 bullets
For plant flower.
They need a lot.
I mean, the stack in the boxes in my car.
Are we still using these with,
That's what I was gonna ask, if you guys are switching to online, are you still using those? I mean, you'll need some, probably, but it depends on your system.
With this, yeah.
It depends on your system if you go digital or not.
So we do this plus the shoulders.
Well, that's what we need.
you either use the iPad or you use the book, one or the
I
other.
actually go with the shoulders.
I said, I think we have enough for the people that are using the iPad and
You just, can we rip out the old pages that were used?
Yes,
Okay, then you have enough.
please, please do. And the full ones, kick them in the trash.
That's what I was gonna ask about that office. Is there things that can be thrown away?
I don't know what happened. I think you guys need to go through it all and throw a bunch of stuff away.
All right, so do we need to order more books?
But we need to talk about more entries.
Okay.
Not many.
What, y'all want that now? I thought that was combination stuff. If we gotta do online entries, I did spend some time on the phone with the people at ShowWorks. We do not have to get an online cloud service or anything. That is all included with their 35 cents per entry for online. The other option is 55 cents per entry. It's whether we want a basic account or a premium. I personally do not see the reason to pay for the premium because it basically allows them to register to do an online auction. They can add photos and they can pay their auction bills, add-ons, and all that kind of stuff online if we decide to do the auction online. If we did the auction online, though, they get 1% of the transactions. We don't do, because we don't charge entry fees for anything, correct? Free pay, there's no entry fees, so our only expense is 35 cents per entry plus a $250 activation fee for online. According to what I read, because I always do a survey or ask people, would you like doing online or in person or whatever, so more than 75% of people would rather register in advance. And it'll make our check-ins even faster if we get that. So I printed a couple of those. If anybody wants to read, there's a couple of these. We can, basically if we do it, I can set it up. We can pick a date when we want to allow entries to begin and they can start pre-registered entries at whatever date we pick. I was thinking, probably August 15th, we could probably get something set up and people can start entering their, what they plan to break.
Is that the day before our bookings?
What?
ShowWorks is up to date before our fair books is?
I don't know, I'm waiting on a fair book so I can frantically go through and check all the numbers to match everything that's in the book.
You know, I think they check with 4-H and FFA for their division numbers because those aren't in the book.
And I gotta check with 4-H and FFA to make sure that they're all the same. that's where we're at. If we're gonna do the online part, I will also say I printed this out as well. I was gonna buy this, and then I decided it's like, no, Fair Board's got more money than I've got. There is training videos, which, if you're gonna put a copy in the records, this shows what each of the categories are and how many hours worth of training it's got. But I'm sure at some point, besides me, there's gonna be people that's gonna want to use the software, and training shows you everything. And honestly, I'm gonna need the training to get the thing set up right, to do the online stuff. Because we have an active service plan, that's $295. But that's a one-time, we own the videos from then on. And if they update, they're automatically. I did ask them about that, so. It's a one-time fee. I cannot find that we own those videos anywhere. Our service key unlocks the help. Our service plan key unlocks the knowledge base. It does not unlock the videos. So if we ended up buying them, it's there for whoever else is on the Fair Board for years to come to keep seeing it and use the software and have the ability to find the answers on how to do things. So I mean, sorry, for $295, I feel like we have an $8,000 software package. Having the training to make it work probably would not be a bad investment. So I printed that out. That's just the information sheet.
Is the whole fair $250 session?
The way the guy told me on the phone, it's $250 for them to activate the online. Basically, they put the check mark in the box so we are able to use the online functions. And then the web page and everything where people will go, whether they use their phone or computer or whatever to put their entries in, is all hosted and stored on their servers. I went ahead and typed it in because it had the box on there on the paper I passed around. Last year, Fairworks showed 3,800 and I think 75 entries or something like that is what was in the system. So I typed it in. If 3,800 people registered online, yes, it's going to cost us $1,400 at 35 cents an entry. On the flip side, it should make the livestock show easier. Once we set it up, we shouldn't have to pay for it again for the livestock show. We'll pay the 35 cents for their entries for the livestock show in the second round. But no, the $250 is supposed to be a one-time fee. So they basically marked it in the system that we have paid to have online access. I mean, there is an option that I read on there to do where the entire ShowWorks software package can be running in the cloud. The more I read on that, I'm like, I don't feel like we need it. I can see that in Tulsa or Oklahoma City or something where they're running so much in different buildings and so many people involved in it, and with it just being us and our superintendents and what, 2 buildings worth of, other than the animals, 3 spots. I don't see, and that could cost a small fortune from what I read. Because you're paying for server time by the day. And there's bears paying over $10,000 for that. And I don't. We can do that. iPads, as long as we can connect them to Wi-Fi. And the Wi-Fi only needs to be where the main laptop's at that's running Fairworks. So it doesn't even have to, from what I understand, I'm not sure it even has to be connected to the internet at the time. It just needs to be able to talk to another computer at the time. So if we have a wireless router plugged in and all that, it should connect on the network. I do think there is internet inside the event center, so we should have internet. I know somebody that could provide internet service. I can possibly do this, but I know it's in there. I get Wi-Fi on my phone there. Might be password protected, but we'll figure that out.
In the past, you guys have borrowed hotspots from the tech center, free of charge.
I was
That
gonna
way
say,
you're on your own network and you're not dependent on if the Wi-Fi is working in the building or not.
I know there is a cell phone Wi-Fi booster I've seen in the building down there. I mean, there is some equipment that's already down. The fair boards have already bought in the past. It's just a matter of getting all the pieces put together. So if I need to put the iPad system on part of it in the same program, because we almost need those to go with it, you need a copy of that too. From last month to this month, when we talked about iPads, they have gone up $100. They went from $349 to $449 for the exact same iPad from last month's meeting to this month. The Showworks guy again that I talked to, he said what they were doing at their local fair was they actually they bought one new one and bought 2 refurbishments. My only problem is when I looked today before the meeting, every refurbished one I seen was only about $75 cheaper than buying a brand new one. I don't know that it's worth $75 to get one that's 2 years old. Everybody that's got Apple phones ought to know by now that after a certain amount of time, they become obsolete. They force you to buy a new device if you're going to stick with Apple. These iPads aren't going to be any different. The pads have to be 2020 or newer. Because that's when the iOS system changed to 64-bit and the software only runs on 64-bit iPads. So it has to be 2024 or newer. Some of the ones I see for about $150 online today, they will not work. The 7th generation and older.
Now, do them iPads, do they have to have their own separate phone?
All we would want that I looked up on here is just basically an iPad with just Wi-Fi. No cell phone cards in them. We don't need that.
Right.
So that was everything I had related to fair work as far as putting the Showworks online. We're going to do online. I mean, yes, between now and the time, if everybody watched the video or showed them printed out a receipt when they did the check-in on the iPads and everything else, we might end up needing to purchase one of the receipt printers. But we can order that on Amazon and have it tomorrow. I'll have to look at the price. They recommended a particular model, brother, or something. It was a thermal, like your receipts, if you get Walmart, whatever, and printed that off when people checked in. It would also do a tag. So I would imagine all the tags that they used to handwrite and pin on every single item or tape it to every jar of tomato sauce or whatever, it should print out an entry tag so we could pin or tape directly out of Showworks instead of a whole lot of writing when people check in. So, I do know when I thought they had that set up for the foundation for, yeah, it's on item number 7 on the foundation side. But back to placing books. If we're going to go that route, I kind of agree with Pete. I don't see that we need to order anymore. Use the ones we have that you regular.
So do we want a motion to do online entries? Do we need a motion for that?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not on this agenda, but it kind of knows that you're supposed to lose.
You would just do no action on placing these until you make your decision and then decide later that you need more placing books.
Well, we will, yeah, I mean, those books were done.
You're still going to sign, but if you have a ton of them,
Oh, they're all long.
then you're fine.
Yeah.
Well,
2 invoices paid, one of them,
1,100 on the books. So, around 1,100 available for software, which I would think would be where we want to categorize your online entry fee.
well, from what I seen that went to the county last year, they put all that, both invoices they paid from ShowWorks in the software.
Yeah.
Office supplies software.
So,
Part of that was $850 to renew our service plan. And then I'm guessing, I don't know what the other was for, I asked them for a copy of the invoice, but I didn't. I paid another $1,100 some odd dollar invoice.
I think it falls under injuries, whether we're all doing, making a motion on doing them online, we may need to start paying it out of county, we probably need to maybe have it.
I just don't want to wait too long, so I need to get to working on it. If we're going to do that.
But also think it'd be simpler if one side paid for the whole package instead of trying to split it. So,
I think that'd be on the foundation.
but this would just allow me to say how we handle it.
To have
What
the,
do we do in it?
use of
The use of online.
So do I have a motion to use ShowWorks or to use the online system for entries?
To have the online entries.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? All right, is there anything else on that item? Entry, placement books. All right, moving on to team radio advertising. That's Mindy Spence.
Sorry it took us so long to get
That's all
there.
right. I'm used to being at the top of the meeting, but that's okay. It's been interesting. I learned a lot. Do you need one? I don't know if you're on the board.
No, I'm not.
Oh, yes, you are.
Yes, you are. It's Mary.
She just picks her mind.
I just opened my mouth, I probably ought to, but
Oh, that's okay. I was over there.
everybody's told me about my whole life, and I just like this.
You have good information. You have to follow that
So,
information.
I did not get a meeting or anything. I took the trash out this morning, all energetic, and my coffee and threw me forward. I'm swollen, yeah. I know, and I was like, oh, not today, I got a meeting, we're gonna get something to eat. How are you? Good, fine, okay. Oh, okay, very good. So we're going to follow the same schedule. That's a proposal here that we did last year. You'll get all three of our FMs, KPNC, 101 Country, KLOR 99.3 Classic Hits, and then KQSN The Bull 104.7. Plus, PonkaCityNow.com. It's a free online news directory, always free to the public. You don't have to pay a subscription. Can't call it a paper because you don't hold it. Has the court records. Are you familiar with that? We have leaderboards and site ads. You guys will get that, rotating with click-throughs to whatever page you would like. Live interviews are welcome. So if you can pick someone that you guys agree on that can talk well on the radio, we would love that. We do. On KPNC and KLOR, the 2-hour live remote, I have down Tuesday to kick it off on KPNC, and then on Friday for KLOR to kind of, and then plus you're going to get on each station 100 30-second commercials. Typically, we start them about a week and a half to 2 weeks out. That gives you a good frequency. We run that through Saturday, basically. I mean, 6 a to 7 p. I can also do a few bonus overnights at our expense. But anyway, this is the bulk of what you're paying for here. And it total for the campaign is $2,300. And no price increase, just exactly the way we did it last year. Thank you, I appreciate the opportunity.
I'm sorry to make you wait so long.
That's all right. That's okay.
I was told last year.
My hand's only over here swelling, no. Probably pretty not a problem.
I know we've done this past 2 years I've been on the board, and I know we don't pay for a whole lot of advertising outside of radio. We have our Facebook, but it's really up to the board.
And then we pay for advertising. Team radio advertising.
I'll second.
Motion is second. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Opposed, all right.
I do have one question. We email statements and invoices now. Who is the right contact for me to email?
Our board email. It's kcounty3fairboard@gmail.com.
And that you said board, right?
Yes.
At what?
Gmail.com.
Got it. No attention to anyone in particular?
No, yeah, we'll see it.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Very good. Oh, okay. Yep, I got it. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity, guys. I really do. Look forward to working with you. Of course, I live here, so I'm down there eating and seeing everything a lot. Been doing it for years.
Did we just call you the week before and say, hey, we're getting ready to?
What I'll do, since you're my point of contact here, I will reach out to you and I will say, and I'll text you most likely, and I'll say, hey, I think I pretty well know. I need, if there's any events like the people that perform, the alligator guy, there's certain things that generally we advertise.
Okay.
So I just basically need the general info of what's going on. I'll put the commercial together, send it to you for approval.
Okay.
And then, I don't know if you want to text it around and however you do it.
Sure.
But no, I would think if we're going to start it 2 weeks out, we can have out, we need to kind of figure out, do you have all yours like in August? I would think by late August, we have everything together, you think?
We better have. Yeah, we have 2 more meetings in August, so it's about a second meeting. We should have everything.
Okay, as soon as y'all know everything that's gonna take place there, pretty much just, yeah, shoot me a text and I'll get it together and get it done. And we try to make it really easy, so
Yeah.
you got other things to worry about.
All right.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
I guess I'll see you in a year unless I see you somewhere before, like Bobby. Yep.
Somewhere.
I'm gonna, I see you.
All right, so, moving on to t-shirt design / theme. So, the same guy, I reached out to the same guy, Eric Flink, Flink Customs. He did our t-shirts the last couple of years, I know of. And he just kind of came up with a couple ideas. We can go with that idea, we can go with Tina's idea, or don't do it, whatever, I don't care. But he just kind of gave out a couple ideas. The same design, except for one is, I think the sleeves and the coat are different. The neck and the sleeves are different. So, I don't know if we,
White and blue is different, that's all.
yeah, one's, so if you guys want to choose, or Tia, have the names, it doesn't matter.
Did he,
The size small to 3XL is $11.25 per shirt. That's what I was trying to ask. We can do it.
So,
We would need to approve the
Design.
Designs it.
so, I have a question. Was it voted on you specifically shirts, or do you want, like, we have other bids for shirts?
This is just a quote.
It's just one quote, we don't have anything else.
Nelda would like to present her.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you mind if I jump in and
No,
offer something completely?
it's wide open.
Okay. She knows those, but she doesn't know.
Now, one thing I offer is I can do an online store with shipping or free pickup, where they can either pick it up at the fairgrounds or they can pick it up at my shop. I am local. And I can also set up at the fairgrounds and do shirts on site, no leftovers for the fair board. You, no money out of pocket. Everything is on me. In which case I have, sorry, I've been freezing my butt off over there. I'm a great tax return right now. But I have a few options. Pink. I wear pink. I also wear lime green. But this is the comfort color. Now I know this brand is one that you guys have used in the past. And then I have a Gildan Soft Style. This is what I normally use because it's comparable to a Bella Canvas. I know if you're a guy, you don't understand that. Most guys don't. As women, we
want to solve.
Yeah.
We can't have this because we just did our oath of office.
And then, you know, there's also the Lane 7. And these are just some that I grabbed. The comfort color, because you guys have used before. When Tia was up at my shop, was that last weekend?
Yeah,
I showed her a few different styles, brands, and everything that I do use every day for, you know, my customers. And another thing I can offer is hoodies, hats. You know, again, this is no money out of your pocket, except for your shirt.
Right, I gotta pay for mine.
In which case, that is for Fair Board members. And what it has, we have the back where it has Fair Board member on there. And then we also have it where it's on the right chest, in which case we have the logo on the left chest and we have it on the full back. My husband was helping me this last weekend.
You
So,
put a big old target right there, that way people do something.
well,
Put on mine, please.
and it's one of those, I do offer discounts with a quantity, with a specific quantity ordered and everything else. It does start giving you discounts.
So you did it just right there on the side,
I do it on site.
that, those, that we, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
The only thing is if you want me on site to do the shirt, and this is so you have no leftovers, so you're not stuck trying to sell them, nor are you looking for volunteers to sit at a table and try and sell them. But I would like to be set up in the event center, but not where
through the doors, because I know they closed the event center for Judge June and all that, but then that way I'm kind of right there. I'm inside, so I have temperature control and everything else. And people can still come in Tuesday and Wednesday and buy a shirt. Now, this is basically just everything. This is showing the 3 different styles of shirts, the hoodie, and it also has 2 hats on there. In which case, I don't have the color of hats, but most guys prefer Richardson 112. I mean, you know, in which case, the hats we have on here, sorry. Let's make it, yeah, right here. On the last page, we have it where it's a red, white, and blue. And then on this page, we have it where it's a heather gray with the flag on the mesh.
Yeah. So,
I don't have this on.
I know our volunteers, they get shirts, and I know that's something they enjoy having this, you know, they work, and especially the people inside the event center. And, you know, is that an option to have?
I would be willing to do something and set up like a discounted price for, you know, you guys and the volunteers. I 100% would be willing. A lot of it kind of depends on the style of shirt. But it's one of those, I have no problem. My prices are always a little negotiable, but as you can tell, this soft style. But we're looking at a left chest and full back. So, and if you want it just on the front, by all means, that does drop the price down. So, but I know you guys down at the fairgrounds are all the time trying to sell old shirts from previous years. And this keeps you from, you know, having any leftovers.
Will you have multiple colored shirts down there? Because say somebody comes in, well, I like that logo, but I like it on a pink shirt, and next person comes in, well, oh, I like it on a white shirt. Or are you just gonna stick with one particular color shirt?
Well, I can tell you what I've done at other events, because I do go to events and I set up and I do shirts on the spot. In which case, I do it as a fundraiser for the group that I go to. So they make so much of the money. The only thing is I charge a little more because I have my help that I have to be able to pay and everything else. But I have taken more or less every shirt out of my shop, boxed it up, and taken it to an event, all sizes, all color, that includes youth, all the way to 5X. So you want a pink shirt? I'll get you a pink shirt. But what I have is what I have.
Right, yeah, but I mean, as long as you got some stock, you can do it on any color.
Yes. But it's one of those, I mean, you're gonna, with the theme and everything for this year, which is why I got 2 different blues. I only have this pink because, well, it showed up. So I grabbed it and put it in my stack. But it was one of those, I was thinking kind of a lighter blue or a darker blue,
graphic. My husband was thinking more gray because a lot of people, I can tell you, I'm gray, and everybody tells me you are so gray, you wear white all the time. I do, I know how to keep it clean. So, but it's one of those, I would like to try and stay within 1 to 2 color options, only because I provide the shirt, I provide the prints and everything else. So this is more or less me as a vendor per se, setting up and selling. The other thing is I'm selling for you, not so much myself. And the house is just something, a little extra, along with the hoodie. I mean, it's one of those, you never know. I mean, come on. I can't remember a year it hasn't rained or got cold or, you know, scorching hot. So, you know, I got tank tops. I'll take tank tops. It just kind of, I look at the weather, kind of see what it's going to do, but I was trying to stick more so to t-shirts and a hoodie, knowing that it's pretty much fall, and we're getting ready to go into winter. Who's going to want to take it?
No, but how many give money?
For t-shirts,
Yeah.
for volunteers,
Yeah.
we give away 30-ish, 35 shirts, depending on who comes and helps. The OHC sold all your shirts last year and didn't get a shirt. No.
Yeah, that's good. It's all boxing.
They were mad about it. I thought they were mad because the ladies said they were mad because they didn't see the signs.
Well, some of the other open class don't want to sell them because they used to design them and get them themselves out of Florida.
Yeah, okay.
So they no longer do that. We're using local people, so they had to find somebody else to do it. Well, nobody was assigned to that last year, and the OHG stepped up and took care of it.
Yeah.
Tia, did you put this designs? Or just
No, so one of them is his, and so that's what, if
If
we
we do this, we can't use that design.
either can't or we do need to buy it from the guy that designed it. Whether you buy it per shirt, I know that's common, you get something designed somewhere and you purchase it.
In which case, if I have to make a design, it is $35, which is on the quote.
But we did go through him, or like, he did design something, so,
I was just checking.
yeah,
I
but,
kind of figured this one was.
Oh, sure. So, but yes, I have an artwork fee too. So,
I like it.
the little circle is just, like I said, I don't know if I can over for Facebook.
I like it.
Don't have to put on it. I don't know what you want to do.
This gives us the option though for a website and say we wanted to try and make $5 a shirt for the foundation or whatever, maybe $5 a hat, we increase the price over this, $5. And we get a check at the end of it, how many we sold. Website's completely transparent, you know, the username, password, where it's going, what, see how many orders there were, what was sold, how many were sold, if they were shipped anywhere. Could potentially have people from out of town, out of state that aren't gonna be here with one shirt. I don't know why, but if they do, they pay shipping, it gets sent to them.
but that's one of those, like, we could also, we could set up the store a few weeks ahead of time give people a chance to order a shirt and have it in their hand before the fair ever starts.
We'll potentially see people wear shirts the first night of fair. I know personally, I feel like I want a shirt that says Fair Board on the back of it. That way, if somebody's got a problem finding on the food target on my back. I'd rather they come be a target for me than for Jeff.
Your county commissioner said that needs to happen.
I mean, I'll buy my own couple of shirts if I need to, but I kind of feel like the person can do it.
This is foundation business.
Yeah, there's a lot of foundation business here, but we need to
I'm sorry, just like a
theme
yeah,
and
theme and a
logo,
And then the rest.
and then the rest of it needs to be foundation.
I mean, any other questions that I do this all day, every day. So,
No, I appreciate you.
Yeah.
As far as the theme and logo goes, I'm out.
well, and it's one of those, I've seen some that Tia has came up with, and I can tell her exactly what I need, the logo, you know, the file that I need it in, and it's one of those, I would work with her and get it designed, and then y'all wouldn't have to pay for a design because, well, what do you know, you got a graphic designer sitting right there on your board. And then I don't have to do it, so you don't have to pay me for the graphic either. So,
I was not being.
She just found it to be a graphic designer.
hey, you know, somebody might be looking for one.
I'm not good. I'm not enjoying it.
No, I'm not.
Well, I like your idea, of just pick a design and go it on the top and you guys
Take care of the rest of the theories and foundation.
Well, because it's one of those, like, I can take all my stuff down there, either that Sunday, that Monday, whatever, and be, that way I kind of have an opportunity to get it set up. Well, and it's one of those, like your old shirts, if you want, we can set in there, and I'll keep track of those, I'll do that for you. Because,
Try and get rid of them.
because I will have a volunteer helper.
I'll be all over the place. You never have these things.
volunteer helper.
Well, I can tell
Sounds like Paul.
you, he's my computer guy, so.
My only question is, new list of logos, I've got some apps that go over the same, and they never come out.
Oh, really?
They're always in the stores.
Really? Well, that all depends on the company you're going to and the machine that they use at McDonald's. So, because I do them orders right there over that middle station all the time. You know Jen Berger, right? Have you seen his Treasure Farm hats? Well, not only did I design them, digitize them, but I ordered. So, yeah.
So what do we need to take action on here? I personally really like the one Tia come up with for the little one. As far as the back, I really like that too, because it's got color, it's got action, it's,
I do think that this needs to be used, and whatever shirt they want to go with, this needs to be used just because if you put in the time to actually do that, I think we need to do that. I will just say that. Because that was asked for the last meeting.
Back, side, in, and.
Are you, yeah, are you taking action on the t-shirts or just doing the design? You just said
Doing the
that.
design.
You can't take action on t-shirt.
Okay.
There's one thing for them.
Yeah, so I think that should be, I think you should do that. We asked them to do that at the last meeting. I think that should
Is
be,
that what will be Facebook?
well, it's on Facebook as a little circle thing.
both, because if we're gonna do the shirt, we put the circle on the front, put the big picture on the back. And then that way, when we do the iPads and everything else, I can use that one, like the logo for this year, and then that's the t-shirt theme for this year, more or less. Use the circle as a logo. Because we can put that on the software.
Yeah.
I'll make that as a motion that we use the circle for the logo and the big picture for the back.
Motion second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
I just want to see the picture.
What's on here?
Oh, okay.
Events.
Yeah. This one.
Do we have any with all of that middle, whatever they entertainment coming out yet?
Okay.
Isn't it Friday, it's not good?
You like musical events?
Yeah, for that. What are you talking about? Okay.
I think events would be like the Lyman Rodeo or Cornhole tournament.
I mean, we have to approve events, whether they're funded through the foundation or not, because we're still hosting. So,
Do we have anything that we're needing to do with the run thing?
It's been approved. I had something else I had to be on the foundation side. What was the other thing? It really falls in here, but I did talk to the city manager. He's going to put us on the agenda for the city of Blackwell's agenda to get their contract started for the fair. So, outside of that, I haven't talked to anybody else about events of any sort.
Are we needing more events? We have open spaces we're trying to get covered, or do we have pretty much everything lined up event-wise?
I don't think there's ever been a decision, or I don't know if anybody's talked to anybody about the Lyman Rodeo or the Cornhole tournament.
I would say this is close to the line rodeo, just because to get that started.
You know, for instance, we had to talk to them like way in the spring if we wanted
Yeah,
that.
it's probably
Is the tractor pull people confirmed?
Greater Pennsylvania. Yeah.
They're pretty easy though, because they come on with stuff.
Who does
The boards, Arthur Farmer.
Well, hey, you never heard why don't you ask about that? I will. Hey.
Start with gun, not the right? Thought so.
So they talked to you already?
We played,
Yeah.
and I don't know if we had an answer last meeting or not.
No, I'll be running at the last meeting.
Has anyone asked her?
Charlie's here last meeting.
He takes it. He said,
What is that? What is it?
he was fine.
He was here, he texted me, try to figure out, on what day I need to do the test. I'll send it back during the meeting.
What other events do you usually have?
We got that one.
Pitiful, I haven't contacted anybody yet.
was the federal not part of our really early contract stuff?
Well, that's we and we entertainment and the Gators. Gator people.
Yeah, that's the only thing I remember was the Gator Boys. We axed the chainsaw deal, correct? That was just a big loss of money.
Have they ever done any of those fireman races?
They tried to put one on, it was kind of hard to run one on. I think we're gonna run the same thing with the Lyman radio, just close to it, trying to get all those different, departments kind of on the same page. Tim would be the one to call about it, though. He can reach out to you guys.
There's some interest.
Well, I think, remember he tried to do that last
Yeah,
year.
we just ran into it, it's kind of like the Lyman radio last year, it's just too hard to kind of get them all on the same page. I think it would be an issue, so. Fireman Olympics or whatever they call it, they try to do something.
Farm analytics was the one.
Yeah.
We're still doing it, you guys told me we were still doing it, so that's still on the list. You have cornhole, you guys haven't talked about that yet. Other things that you've done is the big show, that big, Gator show, as far as events. I know that's not necessarily a contest, but
You mean
So all of that is meeting?
the, sorry,
yeah. But pedal pull,
We decided not to do the pickleball because they didn't have.
the pickleball, yeah, the pedal pull, the tractor pull, mutton busted, the farmhand Olympics, and then you guys have the pickleball, but now you don't have the pickleball. And you guys always look for something that day, like day of the Lyman rodeo, you tried to find something last year and the fire departments just weren't interested. Like they talked about it and it just kind of fizzled out. So that was about it. I mean, you have your tractor grabbing contest, but that's ran by John Carlson. So,
We've talked about having like a tribal night before, but I think the issue we ran into last year was the tribes just, they charge quite a bit for like their dancers and stuff to come out, so it's just not gonna be really feasible. I can't remember how much it was, but it was,
it was a lot.
it was a lot.
It was a significant amount.
Yeah.
Especially, you know, it's such a local thing, it didn't feel, you know, right now.
So we'll be, okay. Never mind. Yeah, I have contacts for the tractor driving and the, so, I can contact those guys.
I just sent a message to the bar manager to ask if they would be interested in sponsoring it or doing it or whatever. So she might have to check with the owner, but, you know.
Jimmy, did Charlie ever text you back? Receive it? Okay. I was gonna say, if he did text you back, just call him. Ask about leaving, but if he did text you back.
I just texted him first because he hasn't gotten any follow-up.
Oh, he's probably driving.
You think that's not you?
Then it's slowing down.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Stop him.
Well, what time is it? Thirty, call Kyle, we get Daddy's phone number and call him ourselves.
So do we have anything to do on events right now?
Let's see.
He comes in once or twice a week, and then
There you
far as vendors, so, I think there'll be quite a bit going on. Oh. No, there won't. Huh?
I didn't know if there were anything more on this.
No, I don't think so. All right, anything else to talk about on the events? All right, moving on. Item 11, consideration, discussion, and possible action regarding the following items for the 2027 King County Junior Livestock Show. A survey.
I have this whole nice 20-page document for you. And it has all of the questions that were asked. All of the results. Carol did one filled it out more than anyone else. Our awards were really good. We actually, they were medium, I guess. Our premium sale was medium. Our premium sale meal was the best thing. They really liked the photographer. That's all on this front. They do want to do online entries, or, which we already kind of do, but I just asked that again to make sure. The next one is if they have anything for making, checking more efficient, and that's just some of the answers we received. Maybe cut that off a little bit. Computer program, digital scales. A designated table to come to, because they don't like going to the scales. I don't think the person really understands that that's how you do it to begin with, so. We had quite a few comments about double checking OIE tags throughout the whole thing. Because it's in our rules. Someone said about having 2 sets of scales. I don't know why they think that would happen. Penny, you can kind of see the different comments about it. Throughout the whole thing, there is multiple comments about we need something different for our, what do you want to call it, setting, whatever, for walkways, shading, whatever. We gotta find something different or better shadings throughout the whole thing for the next year. The big question that I put in there was the showing out of the trailer. That was a very mixed answer. And it decided between yes and no. So, I guess we get to decide on what to do on that one. And I put in there just because Enid has it in different shows if they want VIP parking, like you buy a parking spot if you show out of your trailer, and they didn't want that. Sale order, a few different things on that one. There was 2 comments about bringing back live scratches. My viewpoint on that, I'm just gonna say if we do that, it's not kid live scratches, it just needs to be, we know that this kid plays higher. They don't need to bring their next hog or whatever. Kind of that viewpoint is what I would think it would be. So multiple different answers about that one. Setup and cleanup. They were really strong about making sure that either kids do it or hiring it done, making sure kids show up, have chapters set up, having a game plan when we do it. There was a comment about not even having a sale. I said if you stall inside, on the next question, it would be, if you stall inside, if we did a refundable stalling fee or cleaning up deposit fee, and that was kind of a scale question, so there was kind of a mix, but people did not support that one. And then the big one, kind of what do you think about the dates of the show, because there were comments about moving it up, and they want to keep it the same week. And then show order, this was another big one, is they do want to change, they want cattle, then sheep and goats, then swine. So I said, people need to keep throwing it out, and they didn't, so that was kind of a very strong opinion on that one. On the rules change, because we talked about how our rules are kind of really vague, need some tightening up. It was that they do think we should match Venus rules. And then there's lots of specific rules. The residency of livestock was mentioned. No yachts was brought up a few times. They don't want, which isn't really in the rules, but they don't want the foundation doing add-ons, they want the booster clubs to do them. This one, they take away the minimum weight requirements for hot pigs, just let the kids show. Add on the extension website, which
It is, the hardest part about it is when we change the rules 4 times before the show, a month before, we can't get it put up there fast enough.
So you can't put it up unless
Yeah.
it's 2 months.
Which, and we have it on our Facebook, but.
Well, but if you want it on there, it needs to be set and left alone instead of changed 500 times.
This one, be able to put powder on goats, as a fungus protector, that was when you gotta get it on, or cotton during that show. I know it's a big thing if they show round sheep, near sheep, that is, we do need to look at that.
She shows.
What?
I don't know who she has that cattle judge, I just skipped ahead.
Sheep and goats need to rotate, so there's just a few different comments to do, I'm gonna read through all the comments. Each one, each question of these, I ask about the judge and then ask them to list the judges. As you can see, there's quite a few that have the same names for possible judges, especially on pigs, there's a few names listed on each answer. Goats, sheep and goats, not very many of the same names. I don't think many kids, sheep and goats get spelled out. Then cattle, we did not have, we had a very big dislike of the cattle judge, same, I don't know why. And the same name was that mentioned like, yeah. But there's more names on that one listed. I tried to answer a few questions about commercial group and ag mechanics. I know there's smaller context, but still important to ask. And the people that filled it out rated up a little bit. This one about recommendations due before the livestock show, and I do think we need to try to make that happen. Like have interviews and done, just because we waited for Thursday night for see where some kids landed to know what the sale order was. So that contest, if we move it before, we can know where they fall for the sale. Ag mechanics, overall pretty good. We had one comment, these judges that know how to judge, and what happened at Hawaii and Enid. I know exactly where that comment came from, and it does not need to be paid attention to, so.
Sorry, I didn't mean to put down your
Yeah, no, you're good. And then the buckles, people were pretty happy with the buckles. Garment bags, pretty happy with that. I did ask for recommendations on the options for other awards, just because we've done bags for a few years to see what kind of kids were wanting their things. Director chairs were mentioned, show equipment, chairs, boot bags. So when we get to that, there's a few different options. For the sale night, people want to keep it on Friday night. And then the question of if we wanted everyone in the sale or not, they are not for that. But they are for us adding more entries. So increasing it the answer was, based off of overall entries, so like if your hogs have more, heroes have more entries, then they would get in more, but considering looking at it like that, like a percentage-based sale, then just like it. And then, oh, they were not for, well, this display it here, but, when I first pulled it up, I wanted to verify that question about the background photos, if they were for or against, having a like slideshow sale. First time I pulled it up, it was very much against, and obviously when I printed that, it's for, so, but they're close. The sales statements, they did like those. For meal, they want to keep it the same. Someone said chicken and rice. But they do like having Stagecoach. And then just additional comments on the back. We were told that we need to utilize ag teachers more. Let kids show even if they don't make the weight. We do need to better advertise the public, invite them, and use the show as an educational purpose. And then on the back is just kind of overall anything else they want to say, and we did really good with the weather. So, some of it I think it did clarify, especially the sale question, if they were to get in or not, where their viewpoint was on that. Move it up or not. The rest of it, as we get closer to KCGLS, we can look at this, but there is where our survey landed.
Thank you for doing this.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So you worked your butt off.
And I thought we did have 19 responses.
So to be honest, I don't know how much we can really glean from this, because it seems like everybody's just got a different opinion. I don't know. I mean, outside there's a couple clear things, but
Yeah, some of it I don't, but like,
there's a lot that is just like contradictory,
yeah.
which makes sense. You're never going to get that.
Well, some things it's hard to, when you got 19 responses, then you go to 9 responses, then you got 2 responses.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, and some of them I couldn't make mandatory because like not everyone showed box or not everyone. So I tried to make the name like penning or sawing or things like that mandatory to answer. And then when it got to specific species ones, I couldn't make those mandatory because they didn't show that species. So
Some of it's kind of interesting ideas, good ideas, whatever, but carrying them out and enforcing the ones that have had enforcement, like, it's just not doable, so.
when we get
The
closer,
whole shoulder day deal with building and tearing down pins, you know, it's gonna be start with this or start with that, but you can get what you're gonna be in the middle. So,
well, that was the one that voted cattle first was the most.
so. It's gonna be a whole lot harder to add pins when you already got bedding in there than to take the panels out of bedding.
Well,
Big difference. So,
last year, you only hired the express guys to come in and set all the pins up.
But I hate to say that it's always been cattle, sheep, many. No, it's always been sheep and cattle.
yeah, but it's always been.
Cattle's always been on
It takes
Thursday.
away.
Yeah, cattle's always been on Thursday. Cattle's always been last. Hogs have always been, when the kids showed it.
And the majority of the time since I've been here, they've had better weather, so
Yeah.
I don't shut up and enjoy it. Wednesday season, everything seems good.
No, every day.
On Wednesday, I'm good at crap.
Well, thank you for all your work with those kids. Pretty good undertaking you did. We have, maybe one dates, if we have potential dates.
When we gonna set that?
When they go on the evening, do it?
It's supposed to be right after the show.
It's normally the third week of February, it's like the 15th through the 22nd or something.
So, do we want to be a week before then?
I think that's what the survey said. So it's, it feels like, family feud if you say that. Survey said.
The end is the 21st through the 27th. Nope, that was this year. They had posted it the other week.
The 20th through the 26th.
I'm not sure if it would be nice. The website.
Starting on Saturdays. Should be the 20th through the 26th. So that's in line if we stay with what we've been doing, that's the 8th, 9th, and 10th with the premium sale at 12. I'll put this on that right before Valentine's Day. So I'm
We're
gonna-
gonna do the 9th, 10th,
Did you,
Oh, that's right, you're right.
So, my motion would be the 8th, 9th, 10th with premium sale at 12.
I'll second that. Okay, so we have a motion and a second for the King County Junior Livestock Show to be held on February 8th, 9th, and 10th. And the premium sale will be held on the 12th. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Got set.
You're having a mechanic today. So on the 11th, but you'll be ready. So on the 10th, you'll win.
She's our favorite too. She's our favorite.
Amendments.
Well, you want to do that one or
You got
before the show?
a order for me, I don't know how you keep track of it.
I think it was fine on Thursday.
Yeah, just get locals the weekend before, so it'd be easy to do it before we set up, but
There's no coming to see
It doesn't work
them.
that either, we know it, you know it. When people
Well,
know
it's used for the local,
do it all in.
it's used for the local show, we get forced,
Yeah,
they learned it.
Yeah, we saw it.
so.
Someday.
yeah, so we usually have set up Friday or Saturday.
I make a motion to amend the dates to include the live ag mechanic show on Thursday, February 11th.
Here, second.
So,
All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Anything else on that? Okay. Item 12, consideration, discussion, any possible action regarding adjournment.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Meeting adjourned.
Hold on the meeting, go.
Okay, let's call the meeting to order. Tammy?
Yes.
She's here. Then Jimmy? Here. Will? Here. Myself? Zane? Here. Brett? Here. Bobby? Here. Tia?
Here.
Consideration, discussion, and possible action to approve, disapprove the minutes for the June 2026 meeting.
Item 7B, that's the lead harmless,
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. We need to fix that.
or is it lead home? Not that easy.
How do you spell those things? I don't know.
P-O-N-T-I-O-U-S.
Yeah.
T-I?
P-N-T-O-N-T-I-O-U-S. Pontius.
You guys got fancy. I thought it was Pontius, like P-O-N-N-E-S. It's not Pontius, it's like, like, it sounds like, it's like Pontius Pilate. There, that's a good enunciation.
I should send it to him and just see what he said. I'm not gonna. It's so funny.
Especially when the kid used to say it. Got time. What is that voice called?
Make a motion to accept the minutes with the correction in spelling and names. And I'm not going to repeat what I did.
I second it.
Motion is second. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? See consideration, discussion, and any possible action to approve, disapprove the financial report.
Okay, so there's two of them, because when we set up show work, it would only pull from, or click books, it would only pull from July 1 forward. So this other sheet is from our the last thing out of that, on, which we didn't have much going through. They Derek for the, training meal or reimbursement, and then we did have another Casey Jealous check come through for the taxes, city, two utilities and a bank fee. We did get one vendor during that time, and then still our outstanding checks during that period for Casey Jealous. I attached our bank statements to that one. And then the next sheet is reports from QuickBooks, which we opened it from the bank statement, the June bank statement. valuation for the savings, CD, and checking. Those are receivables, which is on this back page. I've attached is invoices I paid for people either that we have kind of need extras on their vending or their vendor fees, or ones that we receive their applications without their checks. NOCs on here because I sent them invoice for their vendor slot, so that's what the account receivables is, the $950. This payments to deposit, that is a vendor that we have the wrong or amount on him, or we need to clarify what, if he's only coming Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or what he's doing before I cash that check.
Who is it?
That's that is one that. What?
You just kind of for the weekend.
Okay, so I can find that.
So it's State Farm.
Okay. State Farm.
Or not Farm, you know, they
Farm
run
Bureau.
that, yeah.
So that's what this front page is. The next page is everything that has come through the account. The first two lines are interest on our CD and savings off the statements I've received. And then you'll see in here we have coded either the deposit through their fair vendors. We did receive on the sheet. We did receive a check from NOC where they paid for 24 and 25. They hadn't paid for those vendor slots yet, so those are in there. But most all of these are vendor checks. Besides, NOC did pay for their trophy awards. So that's all in this investment income. And then,
No, some of these categories, I know, sorry, not to interrupt you, is because QuickBooks is assigning it that way, that's how it's entering it in the system. Sorry, okay.
yeah. And then down here, expenses, these are the checks. Not exactly sure why it broke it out like this, but I couldn't get it to exactly swap these expenses, because some of those are entered in here as ones that are still waiting to be cashed, and then ones that have gone through. And then we have our utilities and everything, so that's why I did attach this other page of checks that haven't been cashed. We have 3 KCBLS checks that haven't been cashed. But in this KCBLS premium ones, the ones that have July dates are ones that have to clear the bank. So we still have 3 KCBLS checks that have not gone through. And then 2 utility payments, a service fee. And then we did pay to re-up our PO boxes, and that's on the back page. They were paid in before they get the price of USPS of the PO box prices. So we got those paid before the rates went up. And then our first month of
second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
I have a question. You guys like this report? I'm still trying to figure it out, but whenever you want.
Yeah.
Nothing more information.
These checks right here. I know some quite a few, I think there's some kids in New Kirkview, anything over in this one.
Well, if you look on the July one, they have cash. The only ones that are outstanding are cash ones.
She never got a check.
It's with your activity. They got on the back before school ended.
That should have been enough to get before. No, she didn't have to pay. Never mind.
We
Okay.
voted for activities to get them, her, Whitley, and then Carson's one, so those are the last outstanding.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, moving on to item 5, consideration, discussion, and possible action regarding the K County 4-H Hall of Fame award funding requested by Bakley Pugh at the Extension Office.
Well, she's been here for 2 months, everybody, and this is her first fair board meeting because she has not had to drive back and forth from Stillwater this month. It's been quite nice. So, this is Blakely, and she is a rock star. I'll let her do her spiel.
She talks me up on way too much, I feel like. But for those of you who, every year, we do the 4-H Hall of Fame. And so the Hall of Fame typically goes to the 2 outstanding 4-H members who, throughout the 4-H career, have just went above and beyond and done all the things and done super cool things. This year, we have selected, my committee has selected 2 outstanding 4-H members, and they will be recognized on August 11th at our banquet, which will be over at the Cary River Blackwell. And I was hoping that you all would consider sponsoring the award this year. It would cost about $180, and that is for 2 custom pins with a case that has a name on it, as well as, I believe there's a
It says Hall of Fame, date, and that kind of thing. You guys have historically supported that, so.
180.
yes, sir. It is a little expensive.
It's gone up a little bit, just because of shipping and freight and that kind of thing. But normally it's about 150.
No. That's for both of them or one?
That's both.
Because I haven't received my final numbers yet on shipping, like how much that will cost, and so I'm estimating a little higher than it could potentially be, just because I won't have those final numbers till hopefully later in the week, and once I do, I'll email that over to you.
Do I hear a motion to sponsor the 4-H Hall of Fame for $180?
I'll second that.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. All any opposed?
Thank you guys.
Thank you all so much, and then you are all, as members of the Fair Board, are invited to join us on our banquet. We're going to recognize not only Hall of Fame, but all of our 4-H members throughout the year in their homes. And we're going to have stagecoach for dinner, and I'm really excited.
And what is it?
We're going to have stagecoach for dinner. I've never had it before. I'm really excited.
August what?
August 11th.
Oh, and Derek, you get to present those awards. I'm sorry. President of the board, you actually do get to do that. You know that?
Yeah, Gilbert, remember now?
I'm gonna be there.
Yeah, we don't be there now for sure.
One time.
There can't be more than 4 of us there?
It's an awards assembly. As long as you guys aren't conducting business, it's okay.
With the catering?
Huh?
Catering?
Yes. When I get the final invoice of how much everything will cost, I'll send over the invitation with all the information for you all. I'm hoping to end up
Have
having
it on there. Do I write? Do I write?
Cool.
No, Tia, I'm gonna let you figure it out on your own by yourself.
Well, we're all on that.
All right, anything else on that? All right, moving on to consideration, discussion, possible action regarding the purchase of a Microsoft subscription.
We didn't approve it last time because it was on email that you were reading from Tia, we didn't know if you were trying to say you were in Microsoft Office or exactly what Microsoft subscription you're talking about.
Yeah, so we don't have any, on those computers, what the old one is the old downloadable Microsoft, and that's no longer how Microsoft operates, so if we get something from someone, it's not gonna open it, we can edit it. So if we want it, we need to buy the Microsoft Suite, which a lot of us have PowerPoint, Excel, and all those things. And the, I don't think I did it on that email, but the personal level,
I think it's $700, like $99 a year.
yeah, the personal level allows up to like 5 devices. It's it says $9.99 a month, but you can get $99.99 for the year, and that allows you for one person so to do the same login, 5 devices, any type of thing, or any type of Mac, PC, whatever, phone, tablets, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Outlook, OneNote. So, anyway, I personally prefer everything I've been able to use my personal laptop because these have those for QuickBooks or QuickBooks ShowWorks, but if at any point we need to use those, or someone else needs to learn a laptop for it, we don't have that capability, so I don't know.
I'll make a motion to purchase Microsoft Office because I know we need Excel more than any of the rest, but you can't really get just Excel anymore. They've made it where you get it all or nothing.
I second that motion.
So for the 1 year?
Yeah, $9.99. Or $9.99. And with that, we'll get your 2 laptops, and then if we get iPad or whatever is on it, we have up to 5 devices on it, so.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Okay, consideration, discussion, possible action regarding the use of an online system for fair exhibit and the potential purchase of tablets. So, last meeting, we decided to do the online systems, and now we decided to purchase the tablets.
Do we need to do all this separate because it's like $250 to ShowWorks for the online subscription and $295 on the training and the tablets? It's like 3 separate things. I don't know if those have to be recorded as individual or if it can all be bundled or.
But for sure, we need to do something.
Yeah, it's there. $295 and $250.
With the discussion of ShowWorks, does that come out of the county, or does that come out of your foundation, or?
In earlier times, we've discussed paying like a subscription for those programs out of the county. The hardware would be out of foundation so that there's no inventory. I think it gets a little sticky or messy trying to split it up. I kind of prefer to do it all out of foundation, and then it comes to the software and hardware both, just so we have that together.
I tend to agree because I think when we get the invoice for the number of registrations, I think that's the one we need to send to the county.
Yeah.
And or the $850 when it comes time to renew, which we don't have to renew until October 18th, 2026. And that's $850. They paid that out of the county last year.
The 850.
That was one of the invoices the county paid.
So the 35 cents would be, which way are you promoting that?
I would think that would come out of the county, the 35 cent, basically for their online service to allow that. That's like it's costing us 35 cents for every person that has an entry in the fair. I would think that would be a county expense.
Do they bill that later on, or is that?
From my understanding, we won't get that invoice till like 30 days after the last entry went through the system, and then they'll compile it and send it bill. Because we'll get a second one if we do it and set it up all for the KCJLS, so those will be a whole nother round of entries. But we should not have to pay the $250 again. That should be, by talking to him twice, that's a one-time.
And that's just do online entrance.
That just basically turns the software on to allow online entries.
It's your licensing fee.
Yeah, exactly. That's our licensing fee to use online service part.
So in your mind, you're saying we need to pay a yearly subscription to show our 10 entry fee cost out of the board budget, not the foundation.
I think so, because that's what they paid in the past. I mean, I know that's what's on the list that we got from the treasurers of what they paid last year. The 2 invoices they paid for showers, that's what they were. So if the foundation paid for the online service and the training video thing, that's $545 for the fair. Added together. Another one-time piece.
So we don't.
That's up to you guys as far as if you want to send that to the county or not. I mean, I don't know. Because like you said, you start getting into asset inventory with the county, and it's like, okay, yes, it's an asset, but it's not a physical asset, it's a online software asset, so there's not really a piece of hardware to show if some auditor comes in and says, I want to see $545 worth of asset.
You're also just licensing the software, so you don't own it, so it's not hardware inventory. It's just software. You don't own the software, you pay a license to use the software. So there's no ownership, so there would be no inventory of any software because of that. It's not
There's been comments made too in the past, subscriptions are a problem. But
if they're like monthly, yeah, I think they prefer it like yearly. But no reoccurrence, yes.
as long as there's no automatic renewal, and that's where the real heartache is. So I think as far as the label goes of being a subscription, we don't have an issue. Since it's not automatic.
The only automatic thing will be, again, when we do the entries for each show, we get an automatic invoice. And we will not know the total until we get the invoice. We'll just have to vote on it after we get the invoice. Because there's no way of knowing how many people are going to go online and do it. At least not the first time.
So do we need these done before the next meeting, April or August 10th?
I would say yes, because I can't do anything about setting it up until we've done again, I don't know if they're gonna make us get with somebody to pay for it right then, or they're gonna invoice us, that I don't know. But I know the sooner we get it voted on, the sooner we go into show work and tell them, okay, we approved this.
Well, we have to pay for it right then, though.
sure they will endorse it because the whole point of this product is they use it for things like county fairs and shows. So they know that they're going, like they know that, you know, like county and state governments can't pay just right then and there. You feel like they have to go through some approval process. So I would be shocked. That'd be a strange business practice for them to ask for right then and there.
Well, say they invoice everything else, I'm assuming we'll get an invoice for it if we approve it, to go in and say, we want to do this, and they'll probably send us an invoice.
Again, that'd be great if they didn't. That'd be a bad way to run that business.
Well, if the county was gonna pay for the license fee, which we don't need till October, right? You know what you said?
Correct, the service contract expires in October.
It's the training videos and what?
And the online, $250 to activate online entries.
So the question is, can we wait for those till the next meeting to approve in the board meeting? Or do we need them before then?
I think you said you would prefer to go to the next one.
I just prefer, because we're already in August and then the fair's in September, and I'm not sure how many days it's going to take me to get this set up to where we can start telling people, hey, it's open. Start doing your entries.
Why would we wait for the next meeting?
Well, we needed to approve it in the previous meeting if the county board budget was gonna pay for it on the foundation.
If we need to do it on the next meeting, then that's fine. If you want to do the equipment, we can do the iPads. We can figure out, they did recommend there's not a limit, software will run as many as you want to like pull and pay for, but that's where you can be having, you only need one for checking in. But when it comes down to after everything's been judged, you can have up to 3 of them at one time for people getting the information back in the show. So for example, in the livestock show, you can have one that's right there, enter in as the judge, makes the notes, comments, whatever. Same thing here, if we've got more than one building or place that's being judged, we can actually send one to each area.
Why can't we just buy this up?
That's what I was thinking.
I make-
You just do it, and you don't.
I make a motion to pay the $295 for the training video fee and the $250 for the online service entry fee to show us.
I'll second it.
We've got a motion and a second to purchase those two items. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Okay, so now we got, is there purchase of tablets?
$100 and like,
Yeah, it's sad.
Welcome back to school.
That's what I figured, it's all back to school.
that's RAM.
What's that?
RAM prices delivered. I think it will come to.
And I'm up to whatever y'all want to do on that. My only thing is, because they gave me the suggestion, I hadn't thought of it, of getting a refurbished one. But like I said before the meeting, even on Amazon and stuff, they were $375 for most of them, what I've seen. You know, I mean, for $60-75 compared to new.
I'd rather HKs or something like that.
Well, that's kind of like buying a new car and making a used tire.
Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
I make a motion to purchase 3 new tablets.
I'll second that. And a motion and a second for purchasing 3 new tablets. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Okay, consideration, discussion, any possible action regarding the following items for the 2026 King County Free Fair. Item A, vendors.
Oh, is that me?
Hi.
Hey, okay. Farmers Insurance Bureau, she said she thought for the weekend. I talked to Rachel, so they're good. First Baptist Church, he's not selling anything, he's nonprofit, so he only has 3 acres, okay? He's just giving out water and literature.
He's only there for Friday, Saturday, Sunday then?
Well, he could stay the whole week even if he went to at 100, he's nonprofit. Well, no, he's only there for the weekend, yeah, he's only there for the weekend. So, he's only there for the weekend. Here's Jill Beasley's check. And do you have any applications?
Yeah.
Okay, we do have one problem on our lady that her check bounced. And I made copies, here's the ones, the applications I have, and the checks are in them. She came to my house, I told her, I have a problem with her. I think we need to give her her money back, because when I talked to her about the 150, she said she was not selling anything. When she handed me this, she turned around and walked up and she said, I need a good spot to sell wine. And I hollered, oh, you can't sell wine, you don't have a license. And she got the car. So she lied to me first off, because she told me at first she wasn't selling anything. She was giving out, you know how I'm talking about, the Twisted.
So I saw them at Ben Johnson Days, this Twisted and Tangled Wine, and they handed out free wine samples and wineries.
But you can't do that without a license, even give them away.
Yeah, and they're very young girls. Not saying nothing about it, but it was real weird at Ben Johnson Days. To say that as a spectator, if they have a license, which I feel like you have to as a winery,
But I would think we would have to have a license to sell it on the premises.
Vortex over last year.
And we didn't have a license for that. And that's why I haven't contacted her back, because I need to know what y'all want to do.
Now, she has to have the license. If she doesn't have it, it's gonna come back on her.
Okay, but still, if she's selling, she needs to pay $450.
Yes, yeah, she doesn't pay $450.
So do you want the 150? You want me to give her back the 150? What do you want to do? Because I need to call her, but I wasn't gonna call her.
I mean, you said you saw them here, were they sketching? Was it sketching?
We definitely need a copy of her license.
they're just young. Like, I don't know about sketchy, but I mean, so Ben Johnson Days is a rodeo, it's different. Like everyone's kind of along here and drinking, so I don't know how to stand out sketchy, but I mean, they were giving out free samples of wine.
I asked around about her, and everybody told me it was not good. It was wrong. It was problems. So,
Well, my only concern is her not IDing some minors and giving it to minors, and then they get caught, and it's gonna come back on
it
them.
is.
So my only question about that though, if you're doing that they are selling something, this Vicky's Lemonade only is Friday and Saturday only for $100 selling lemonade.
I can't see that. Who
It's
did?
one I just handed you.
Oh, let me see. Vicky's Lemonade?
Yeah.
Now what about it?
It's Friday and Saturday only, but she's selling something.
For $100.
Yeah. So if we do then no because they're selling food, then this lady's got to do.
But she's coming all week on that.
Well, personally, she could pay more, that would be one thing. I'm just more concerned about the vendor themselves.
I agree with that.
That's where I'm at. That's
But
why
she's
I'm
coming for a
gonna
whole week. She would pay $450. She wouldn't pay just.
make, yeah, I'm gonna make a motion that we refund
$150.
Twisted and Tangled Winery.
And she needs to pay $50 more because she's selling. Yes, okay, so I need to, I'll put y'all with that too. She'll have to pay $50 more. I don't know where she got that, $150.
Yes.
I'll second it.
She has on here lemonade only, no food, so that's why she
That's
thinks.
why the non-food vendor, there's a few of them that you might want.
Okay, so we
Is there more in here on this
got
copy?
a motion and second to refund, who is it?
We find that.
Is it Twisted and Tangled Winery?
Yes.
Twisted and Tangled.
And what would you like me to tell her?
For the
We don't have any other.
It's too big of a liability.
Yeah, we don't have any other alcohol sales, and there's no way we can monitor if she's giving it out to minors or not.
What you talking about?
Okay.
So all in favor of refunding their money, say aye. Any opposed?
And I don't know why Tiffany only paid $100. Anyway, we still have a lot out. They're not gonna pay till the 10th, I'm gonna be honest with you. I got Kevin, he's coming, he sells hamburgers, he just had surgery. He said, Denise, I'll bring you a check when I get there. I said, okay.
That's the Hawaiian burger.
Yes, but it happens every year. 8 years I've done this, every year. I mean, you will be full. And oh, another thing, I talked to Daryl Scanlon when we went to the fairgrounds. He put in, because I know we're not gonna have enough electricity. And that's another thing. You gotta provide for your vendors. You gotta provide electricity. If you don't have electricity, you can't just put them out there in the grass and expect them to, because their trailers won't work. He put up 2 more in the grass. So, you know where the horses are right there, where we keep the horses, and you know where the guy is that entertains over here? Well, that road right there where they're not supposed to park, he put me 2 more electrics there. Your problem next year is you're gonna have to go to the city. The city promised us 3 years ago they would put up all new units on this road, going north and south, east and west. They were supposed to put up a whole new 5 boxes. Never happened, because it has to be on their budget. You're gonna need it on every one of those. Down each street, you're gonna have to add 5 more. And Daryl told me, he said, Denise, they'll do it, but you have got to go to the city and get it on the books. And so, but he was nice enough to actually rig up 3 more for me so we can put vendors there.
It gets more going south.
Huh?
So that gets more south of the
I
bridge.
did. I got 3 more going that way. I don't have any more going this way. We can't put any more going this way.
They're going forward.
So it's all going south, which is fine, and you fill up south. So he was super nice though. But you might put that in your notes for next year. You need to get on the city's agenda so they can put it in their budget to put you more electrical lines in there, boxes in there. And another thing is if I put food vendors on that road, you know how they park there, and we try to keep them from parking there. They're not going to be able to park there. We need to somehow keep them out. So, but I may have to put them there because we may not have a spot.
So on vendors, I think I can add this on here. And you might help me with this, but Tina Andrea, she's the manager for 107.9 radio station out of Wichita. She contacted Denise, got referred back to me, and she wants to put up a ticket booth. They have a Ned and Dew concert that they are sponsoring here in Blackwell in October at the fairgrounds. She said that she would help promote the fair, maybe in lieu of making them pay for a booth. They would help promote the fair on the radio station. So I think, do you remember, Denise, what days? I thought it was just 2 days that they want to have no booth.
No, I think she just wanted on the weekend.
Yeah, I was thinking.
Right. But she had asked me on the busiest times, and I really told her there's no use coming until you, unless you want to come Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
Yeah. But yeah, it was just a ticket booth. I said, just bring them out.
Ticket booth?
Yeah. For the Ned and Dew.
Oh, like they're selling, or giving away tickets?
Yeah, they were paying $30,000 to get in. Blackwell's tried to get in, and they couldn't. So they're bringing them free. Blackwell's not paying anything.
Yeah, I don't know.
Who's this guy?
Yeah.
Oh, what's he sound like?
That's how much he was, 10,000, that was 30,000.
He played up here.
He plays it in Wichita Union Stockyards. That's
But
where
he did at the baby
talk about it.
We did the concert at Rock and Brews last year, they had a players barbecue out there.
Yeah. But he's playing in Wichita, what they're doing is they're gonna have him play here in between and then he's going back.
So, yeah, she contacted me that day, and I said, I'm ready for the board for y'all's decision. Either,
Well, considering how much we just paid for an advertising package, I would say that is a pretty good price.
Unless they go midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning.
Well, it's true.
yeah, she didn't give any details, so I assume she's gonna be fair about that.
I'd make a motion to approve the spot. For the radio station, whatever one you said it was.
107.9.
In lieu of their advertising.
Oh my gosh. I just saw this one.
I'll second that.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed?
Okay, this lady, she hasn't came the last 2 years. I'm gonna tell you about this one. She's a pain in my ass. Excuse me on those cameras. They fight. She's from Blackwell. They fight, they cuss. Oh my gosh. It's drama. She wants her space, she wants her spot back from what she wanted, where she had before. Her spot is gone. See, her name's Miss Connie. You know who I'm talking about?
2 years. She hasn't been here the last 2 years.
Smokehouse crew, yeah. Supposedly they were getting divorced. Yes. She goes to all the vendors, and when she don't get that spot, she goes to all the vendors and brags about me and tells them what a fee I am. And I'm just like wanting to kick her off the ground.
Any guarantees?
So she's just gonna have to go someplace. I was hoping she wouldn't come. Anyway, so you won't have problems with her, I'll let you know that.
We'll send her to the,
Dude.
Yeah, I won't wear the t-shirt that they all party on.
They stand in their trailer and fight family-wise and cuss each other. I mean, it's an embarrassment. It's just. Do you remember?
No, you said they haven't been here for 2 years?
No, you were there though. The last time I think they were here.
No, I've only been here 2 years.
That's it? I thought you'd been here longer. Oh, yes, third.
Oh.
Anyway, it should be interesting. So, her, first off, she's gonna come to you where because she's not gonna like where she's at. So I'm gonna let you know.
Do you want these ones or the one? That's still out.
What is it now?
That's kind of the way.
Oh, the taco, the one lady called me, yeah, she owes, okay. She owes 50 then, she's not 25.
Well, if you change them what the weeks are,
I heard her in there, she don't like it.
She's called, she put her check in the mail, she said. So
She
she's,
ain't here every year, you don't get a call.
huh?
I was like, if she gets upset, it wouldn't bother me. If she ain't here every year, I'll get reserved a spot.
She is,
You get what's left.
she can't get her spot because the spot's gone, so. Anyway.
That's the way I put it.
Is that it, Denise?
Huh?
Is that it?
I've actually got two. So we had our county centennial celebration meeting today, and they asked, county officers asked if we would be willing to give them a booth at the fair to let them advertise for the county centennial celebration. If you guys didn't know, the dedication of the courthouse was 100 years ago in October on the 28th. They're doing a big hoopla with a parade and food trucks and events and the roustabouts and all the bands and all the things.
so look how they're showing the whole.
And they're selling commemorative coins. This is for the county government. Keep that in mind.
Well, they are kind of our boss.
They're kind of to give you the money.
kind of off the back, so we kind of.
I would make a motion to approve the spot.
I will let them know. I said, I doubt they're gonna tell you no. And they said, "Can you just ask?" And I said,
house that's already taken the pay.
Well, I'm gonna get with you and you're gonna tell me where they can go that is, well lit. Okay. The second one is my Extension Master Gardeners asked, because they have the children's education booth in the event hall next to us, and they're only there kind of during the day, they're really not there at night. I did ask if they would be interested in doing a booth outside. They were interested in talking to more adults and talking about the Master Gardener program and what they're doing, and trying to use it more as kind of a recruitment tool. This was just something they wanted me to bring back to see if you guys would charge them or not charge them, since you were the extension. I was like, I don't know, I'll just ask, because you're technically nonprofit. So whatever you guys think is fine, I'll let them know, and then I'll get with Denise and figure out where they need to be. They are older, they would have to be somewhere with walkways and easy parking. So
Probably shade. It's shade. And
they don't have a pop-up canopy by that point in time.
Okay.
Mackenzie has one more than.
No, a pop-up? Can't?
You wanna make a motion maybe for the
The Key County.
Oh, and celebration.
Yeah, and celebration.
Make a motion that both the county government and the OSU Master Gardeners have booth spaces.
I'll second
Motion and second, all in favor? Aye.
I feel accomplished. Thank you.
Thank you.
this.
Anything else under finished?
No, but I'm gonna, if this lady grabs them, I will call you.
Good.
Okay.
We're going around now, you guys have a great rest of your meeting.
Tia, I'll get a hold of you. And then,
Picker me. Wait a minute. I have enough Lonnies to kill an elephant. If I don't come back, just know.
What time's your dinner?
Roundup.
It'll start at 6 p.m.
6 p.m. I get off at 6 that day. Can you?
Sounds great. You'll be right in time for the meal.
You'll be right on time for dinner.
Okay.
We're starting with dinner first.
Okay.
Still.
All right, moving on to events and entertainment. I think we've got beat up to death on
Your entertainment. We have Friday. So-
thank you guys. Have a good evening.
I try to be as
Good job, Ryan.
I'm working at the town, so I can't speak about that.
All right, no other discussion on events. Musical acts. So we got Thursday filled, Saturday filled, Friday still open.
I talked to the band out of Norman, they already got something booked Friday.
Okay.
Okay, who's the guy that?
Who are you looking at me for?
Oh, Jason Boyd? Yes.
to get back into the.
I haven't heard anything.
Did you ever give you like an estimate for like a solar?
Said he was sad things, so he never got
I haven't
anything.
got anything. That's my email on that.
Is that the $2,000 one?
That was first full day.
That's where.
He was gonna
He
get
was gonna come back with a price just to do like an acoustic show like he did at the nursing home last week. No, I didn't pay for that, but somebody did.
There's also Kathy Kendrick that lives in Rockall.
We used her last year.
We've used her before. I mean, and she usually draws scared out too.
Yeah, she's.
So I was asked, why we don't use more, take more, or use more of foundation for entertainment? As that was what part of it was set up for, as it built up higher to get better entertainment, just throw it out there. So,
I don't have an answer.
saying better entertainment as if we just pay that guy $2,000 and we didn't get something looking right.
their motion.
They're gonna pay it.
Yeah, you got to check your way and ask for.
I'm not saying, we have however many weeks, I know, and I'm just, so that's the only thing we got.
We were going cheap because it was through the fair board and we
They don't pay anything.
The real reason is because if it rains all week,
passed.
you don't, if it rains all week, you don't recoup anything, and that's just you're eating, tens of thousands of dollars. That's the real reason.
We were cheap before because through going to the fair board, it was limited funds, it wasn't going through the county. Foundation is a little bit different, so it's whatever the board wants to do. Spend $30,000 on get to do.
Curious.
How much was that Jason Boyd personal thing? Was it 2025? I think it was 25.
So the time is-
I thought
All right, I make a motion to book Jason Boyd for Friday night.
Okay, got a motion second for Jason Boyd, Friday night. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Right, kid. You got a band, that's software.
Some stuff booked for this thing.
I need to go back to this nothing lesson thing.
Yeah.
What night is that supposed to be? Because
We've done it Wednesday.
Wednesday?
That's what we've done, I think. Actually, was
Are you
it?
sure?
I thought we did on Thursday.
It was Wednesday 2 years.
What's the vote we had for last year? 'Cause I thought we did it Friday.
It's never on the same night.
There's apparently a debate.
I thought we did it so nice that she could go show you.
Believe which night? Thursday or Friday?
Yeah, I could have swore we did it on Thursday night.
Jim back Friday. Concert, busting, get them all. Good job. Yes.
Oh man, I wish they were still here. What night is she doing her prom return? The farm handle, sorry.
I don't think we've been told.
Thank you for Wednesday, Friday night. No, it ought to be Thursday because Wednesday we have.
It's not even,
I'm just trying to think.
Part of the problem we have is we have for people, kids want to participate, they're still alive. Trying to do it on the night there's no live stuff.
Sorry.
Well, like,
Tuesday night?
come on.
Okay, good. We're trying to schedule something. Thank you. Yep. Nice.
I think the ideal would be to have it on other stuff, because it's usually really little kids that do the mud busting. So like other events that like really young kids are gonna do. So
Well, as long as you don't put your head on. Hold on that day.
that's on Saturday.
See, I thought we did it on Thursday to try to draw them in there to get food and stuff like that during the week because we know they're gonna be there for Friday.
so it's not, that's not a special, it's not on this.
All right, so.
We got the tractor driving on Thursday. Sheep goat show on that.
On Thursday.
Okay, we probably
Yeah, or Wednesday.
Yeah, we probably did it on Thursday. I think we were probably
Show on Wednesday.
we do that like we do that like 7.
Six.
I know if it was that, like it was 7.
It was still light and hot.
That's 6 maybe. We got school next day too, so.
Well, the idea is that they'll, you know, they take their kids for out bags after they get home. So it'll look pretty cool all around.
Man, I do it on Friday night.
Tractor pulls Saturday.
Tractor driving contest is Thursday.
Actually, might be good.
That's in the arena.
Tractor,
No, it's in the parking lot.
tractor driving
We did it in
is,
the arena last year.
tractor driving is Thursday. Tractor driving contest.
We could do it in the parking lot. Nobody's- When the hell did we had to barricade office space there? Maybe we did it in the parking lot.
We did it in the parking lot last year.
They were gonna do it up there, but it was, I guess getting through the gate or something was
You could get
too
it.
tight.
No, we couldn't get a tractor to work up the arena for the horse show.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Yeah.
Feel like your parents, the kids would be happy for you to do your money busting on Friday and not just.
I do too.
Yeah.
Like their participation in the better.
And on a city as another rodeo.
Yeah.
so where we at on that? And lost.
We were at musical acts.
Anything else on musical acts? Moving on, t-shirts, the theme, it's already been, no, not all, the financial part hasn't been decided.
I'm 100% getting out of the selling business.
Wow, you go there?
I second
That's,
We
but,
have a very upset person with this situation, so we do that, we're doing this design, we have to make it right and fine. Whether that's furniture, whatever he wants to do, we have to buy this.
the logo,
Yes.
I'm okay with that. I mean, he did it, and I think that's sure the right way to do it.
But I can tell you from the other person that you want to use, if we're gonna buy it, it needs to provide it in the correct format. It needs to be in the right size to work with, or she's gonna have to redo it. Because that's gonna charge us that.
We need to,
Because that picture right there is 6 inches by 6 inches. You do not want a picture that small on a shirt. It needs to be in a size 12 by 12, PNG file, transparent background.
Well, that was probably me printed off, that's.
No, well, okay, the copy that we had that she put on the quote, that's the size that we got. So we would, if you're gonna buy it, we need to get the right file from whoever made it. That's all I'm saying on that, go. I don't know what he's gonna want. I would recommend on a shirt, personally, I would pick a main color, whatever we wanna do. And I only say that because if she's gonna get inventory to your specification, yeah, she can take the whole store down there and give them anything they want that she has in stock. But if we pick say you go with blue, she's gonna order so many in to be able to have enough of all sizes to make it. You know what I'm saying? Everybody can buy a shirt at once.
As far as that logo is concerned, there is a chance that Eric may not even want to license it to us. He may not. He may be upset and not want us to be able to use it. There's a chance of that. So I think we present it and offer that to him, and whatever amount he presents as a quote, we come back next meeting and approve or not. If there's even anything to approve or not. Because we don't know if he's going to be willing to utilize it.
And if not, we'll make another one. Because I can tell you, it came off ChatGPT. We've already.
I'm sure.
That's
It's never relative, so
but
it's not very expectation.
Oh, we got some family ties to,
That's Mackenzie's
who?
relative.
Oh, I don't know.
but that would be my. I would
I was just asking because that's who we know with in the past.
I've been wondering if this is kind of, I mean, he's been doing what we've been doing, but, I mean, does he need to have the opportunity to submit something similar?
You see, we can do that.
I don't know how you decide between the two, if they're just gonna do their thing, you know, I mean, at this point, whichever one wants to
So
basically,
that's how it works on the
yeah,
side.
well, and, but, you know, at that point, whichever one wanted to contribute more back to the foundation would probably be the one we'd have to go with.
So you may not even be willing to do something like that.
Now, I do know
I don't want to not let them be in the same offer. I mean, is this totally different than what we've been doing? He's doing what we've asked for.
I think that's fair to give him an option to give him an opportunity to quote something that's similar, or even if he would want to do it, because he may not want to do it.
Yeah, that's great. That makes it easy.
Yeah. I think you're right. I think that would be fair, because he didn't know what, I think that's fair to present something similar. I asked for a quote, I'm not sure.
So he is the guy we're doing our plaques to.
Yeah.
So that's not cutting it all together.
I make a motion that we present Flex Customs with an opportunity to present a competitive quote to this one from Redneck Quoting in terms of more broader service package.
Second.
Okay, got a motion second, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Okay, awards. Now, you asked earlier about the fun run. I did contact the same guy, Eric, about the challenge coins. And he said that he could do those, customize, probably put the same logo on, whatever, I don't care. But they were, inch and a half custom coin, designed double-sided center, $5 each. He said I might be able to do a little better on price depending on how many you need. So,
Sorry, how much was it per coin?
$5.
$5.
Weren't we talking about you only give those to your,
What do we give everyone, or is that what you give your like, fastest time, like those type of things?
I thought they said something around the first percentage of finishers or.
Or the first so many that enters, that register.
Something along
Yeah, you like,
Yeah.
first 50 that registered, you
right, yeah, that's.
you get a point, I think something like that.
Yeah.
So then, when are the things, are we supposed to provide awards for that, or they're doing that?
They asked us for some financial assistance on awards. And their suggestion was the challenge coins.
Is that also pools?
Yes.
No, it's $5 per coin for them.
He did not, it doesn't have a, $5 each, you might be able to do a little better on price depending on how many you need. That's what he said. And I'm sure you can buy them off Amazon. Do about hundreds, I don't know. I feel like it'd be nice, it'd be kind of, I think it'd be nice to do something for that event, just as, to be supportive of it.
Yeah, I think so, it'd be good just to have a minimum.
I think, yeah, whether we invite them to the next, I don't know how long it takes them to make those, but invite them to the next meeting and asking for clarification of how many coins they're thinking, or if it's a certain percentage of the entries, what they're wanting.
Yeah.
I'm for asking them to come to the next meeting and let us know how many they want.
And also probably an update on their event.
Yeah.
I'll make it as a motion that we ask them to come to the next meeting, tell us how many coins we're looking for, and an update on the event. Then we can decide then how many we want to buy.
Sounds great.
I'll second it.
Motion second, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Okay. Any other thing on the board? Consideration, discussion, possible action regarding the following items for the 2027 Kate County Junior Livestock Show. A survey. Moving on, there's discussed earlier. B, sponsorships to buyers. Okay.
Yeah, not right now.
Moving on, no action there. Purchase of equipment, EID reader, livestock scales.
I have had my hands on it, and I cannot find extract anywhere on it. I don't know why they said it was a minute extract. I can't find it.
Talking about our livestock scales,
No,
oh, these. They said these were distractions.
Gallagher, the Gallagher. They were confident they just.
We had a joint committee
see, it also comes in another case, he said that case couldn't be correct. But I didn't see that other case.
I don't know if I care if my case is scratched. That's kind of the whole point of the case.
I make a motion based on our conversation with the Gallagher representative that we make a purchase a discounted package. My only question is on here, and maybe Will knows more than I do, but they have the W0 scale and the TW3. Are we going to get both?
Well, I mean, it's certainly just up for debate or whatever. The idea with the W0 is that it is strictly a scale test.
Yeah, it doesn't.
And so, for the check weighers, they can use that blank or plain scale head and test weigh their hogs basically exclusively.
The night before.
But they can still do that on this other one, they said. This TW3?
Yes, they can.
Yeah, but that's got all the programming in it.
No, it doesn't get sold. She said it does not have to be stored. We don't have to scan a number, we don't have to do any of that. With this TW3, that it can still just be run for testing.
Yes, it could. The debate is, do you want that scale head out there without anybody?
We have to do that.
I'm just saying, it's,
Well,
most other places, the scale's over there and people check weigh them.
I get what you're saying now.
My experience was, we ran everything, so you had, say, 2 hours to weigh in your hogs. And you got one pass weigh. You can, if you liked what it weighed, you just took it. If you wanted to go walk them some more, or try to fill them up, you had however much time was left to go do that and bring it back and weigh them one more time. Those are 2 methods.
this also, we have to buy or make a separate platform for hogs. And we also have to make crates or cages. It's not included in this for.
The W0 scale head was not, that's like the normal price also. So if we wanted to do that later, there's no real advantage
This was the
on that price.
second one was the tree
There's no advantage on the price of the W0 scale. That's a regular price. The discount price is applied to the TW3 scale head.
If we take that instead of the tree test.
And a discount on the handheld rigger.
That's it.
The other thing that really impressed me about this Gallagher is the fact that if we get to the show and there's something wrong in an hour to an hour and a half, somebody's gonna be here to replace that piece of equipment and get us up and running. And then figure out what's wrong with ours. We're not gonna get that out to the true test side of it, okay?
No, the rep for true test is in mid-Texas. She told me she's probably been to see him 3 times in 5 years.
Yeah, so
I think that one's worth something.
to me, it's worth, even if we have to hand type the weight into the iPad for the animal and show works, I'm perfectly fine with that, to be able to know we got service.
We won't have to hand that. It'll make things,
Yeah, we can do the Excel deal with it.
well,
Even if we did have to hand type it, to have the service to back up what we're paying for.
Well, and also, he said he'd come up and do training on it, too.
no, they ain't
Yeah, he said training
When
people.
I talked to him down there, he said he would come up and do training.
Well, I was talking about scales, I asked earlier, just out of curiosity, what his, the setup he brought just for that, well, sheep, hogs that he brought for sheep that day. And he got a guy in Texas, which the discussion with this is we have to build a cage and platform and all that for just hogs, switch everything over back and forth. So we could do 1,400 to 1,500 for a full setup for the honking.
In addition to this,
Would be addition to this, or we're about to figure out how to get a cage and platform for that.
So his,
Full set of scales, head, everything, 14 to 1,500 for a home setup.
okay, so another option is the suspension load cell, which is that kind of S-hook looking deal that would go, so you take like the WW scales we're using. This piece here goes in the cables, you disconnect them from the way bar beam and connect it to this. That your scale is plugged into that, and you just use the WW frame. So,
Can I ask a question? Of you guys who did this committee, which one do you all prefer? Like individually, which one do you guys prefer?
well, true test is like off the table for me. I mean, this experience and
I'll
I mean, I'm fine with the gather, we just have to figure out, I'm just gonna go. My one concern with all of this was the guy kept talking about cattle all the time. And until we brought up the leeway sheep, goats, hogs, everything the whole week, then it was a concern, which we have, they don't provide a platform, so we have to
Right.
make a
Well,
platform.
my question is, neither of these provide a platform. I think
This one does.
The
The state
Gallagher?
gallery has a platform, but it's for cattle, it's a size for cattle.
Right, so I'm saying neither, you have to get one either made.
Yeah.
Well, for either. I'm just trying to figure out which one.
And I don't know, I mean, we weighed everything on a true test platform, cattle size, the individual animal, you know, almost 8-foot long platform. And I've never seen anything that would make you think it's inaccurate. I don't know why he
Because the low quarters are far apart and the hogs go one side or the other.
would.
They did this one the whole way in.
Well,
Just in that tiny little chute, they're gonna go to one side or the other of that low barn. And he's the first one that said it's not gonna be accurate.
I don't know why it's not. If it's not accurate on one load bar, then why is
Because
it
it's-
accurate at all?
He said it has to be seen on both low bars. He said that in that meeting.
Does Charlie have a cage?
He has that one that he hold in every time. Or he hold it into that last thing.
How difficult was it for the
See, with the way the sheep, the goats, and the cattle on this,
And yeah, I'm not against it either way. Here was my, and I voiced it in the meeting. When we brought up scales, it was because of the problem with the hog land. We also own a set of cattle scales. We do not own equipment for sheep, goats, and hogs. So,
Mackenzie told me today there's a hog set in the back of the one with the computer.
yeah.
It hadn't been pulled out since I've been involved. I don't know why.
Yeah, remember when we cleaned out the comments? Yeah, there's a set of hogs still sitting.
I thought I remember there being an issue with those, but I don't remember.
Well, and I don't know what goes wrong with them. I know periodically, both whether it was Paul back in the day or WW later, they always tell you at some amount of time they need to be recalibrated. Right. What that entails, I don't know.
and we need digital scales. You forgot, that's fine.
So,
My one concern, whatever way we go, like I said, we need digital scales all around. We just, with hooking these back and forth for weighing, whatever we use for cage wise and platform. For sheep and goats and hogs, and then to cattle. Where he comes up and makes sure, fine.
I bet you we could get him to come up here the first time we're ready to use it.
especially if you're gonna use that estimate thing on the other scale, make sure we get it all hooked up right. I bet that guy will come up and, you know what I mean, help us out to make sure that we've got everything hooked up and set up correct to get accurate numbers. As close as he lives.
All I know is, I mean, I've hauled those things of mine around, you know, the bigger platform, there's a better picture. This is the platform I have, because I have the True Test system, but it went from being easily a one-man job to being pretty difficult to move that platform by yourself. And so, and hatching the load bars every time we need to switch from hogs and sheep to the cattle, and it's just going to be a little bit of a pain. And when you have to have it in a crate, it'll be a real pain at that point. So, I don't know. That's why I wanted to know what our cost would be on the suspension load cell to use a WW frame or build one, whatever the case may be. But to go that route, I think it'd be difficult to build one using the suspension cell. You know, anybody can build a crate to sit on top of the load bar, but doing it that way would be a little more of an effort. You can, I got on Facebook the other night and found a handful for sale. WWs, you know, they claim they still work, but I'm just thinking, you know, I just want a crate. I don't care if the beam works right or not. But I mean, if they fall out of the back of the pickup, which like one of them said happened, then yeah, they've got to be overhauled. Doesn't matter what you're using. So I don't know what to do on the hogs. I just know that I don't want to have to deal with moving the load bars underneath the cattle and underneath the hogs every time. The savings is on, of course, the reader and the wand.
Do you remember if this quote is the wireless load bars or the wire?
No, I think it's the wire.
The wireless is too light.
I didn't understand that. To me, I think he was acting like they were going to be under a shoot or something. And I'm like, that's not the
Well,
case.
the whole presentation was talking about, one of it was talking about yards, production, where they don't move at all. Like, they
Yeah.
stay. And so, I don't know if that's, yeah, I don't know, but that's all he talked about, so I don't know if he didn't know about them set up differently, or, but the wireless weight of it, yeah, we couldn't do that.
I don't know. Charles is probably the only one that could really answer, but my theory is if like the WWs, because they are a suspension, as long as they're in it and nobody's touching it, it don't matter what that animal's really doing in there. Like on the crate we made for the True Test setup, if they went to push on the front or the back gate, it wasn't part of the platform. So it altered the weight of the animal. You had to make sure they were standing off of the gate. And that's going to be the problem you run into with building a cage that it sits in. So it needs to sit on the load bars, which means it's going to have the load bar will have to be mounted to it every time you want to use the small animal cage. I wish I knew more about what this other one is. He knows.
It's the simple, you weren't there, she could go there, who was there, she could go there. So it's the, like, simple gauge, but I don't know if the low bar earned it or whatever, but the scale was attached to it, it's all, it was a digital one too.
It was like,
I mean, was it hanging on cables? Was it suspension?
No.
It was suspension, I thought. But it had, the digital head. I thought it was suspension. I'd seen it on there, but I didn't pay attention to it.
So I don't remember the kids that you just hauled them back. So, and like I said, I'm not completely against this one, it just, we need to be it's feel like very clear that not sure how well this works, or we have to very much modify it and make it fit, or we use it for sheet fields.
So if I understand right, if we buy this one, you'd have to retrofit something to make it for hauls and sheet.
We have to get something to fit for a freight cage anyways for that.
But you'd have to put this in here, they make for $1,500, a cage for this one.
Like a whole stand
But,
for hauls.
so it would work for additional $1,500, you don't have to retrofit anything,
It's just a scale.
just a scale.
And we don't have to vote on that, we'll wait for further for that. I'm just asking where God is, if the guy still sold them and what they were. But,
What did those hog cage or scale that goes on top of it, what does it look like? The cage or the scale for hogs that goes like on top of it, what does that even like? Like what are you trying
box
to?
with 2 gates on that.
Right, would a regular set of hog scales work for that?
Well, if you ever set of hog scales, that deal Will just showed you, and you mount those to it, and then your scale head's tied to it, it weighs it. See, I'm pretty sure that's the hog.
There is, I just don't.
That piece right there, that little looking deal, goes between the two cables. You unattach the cables from the beam,
Okay.
and you hook it to that, and that scale head plugs into it.
So if we have if those scales in the Thomas box, if there's nothing wrong with them, we could just use those.
Yes.
Okay, so
Just buy that piece right there.
okay, so
I'd say the only question I would have, not knowing those things, you know,
Yeah, I don't know.
and I got a feeling it's gonna be the gates that you have to lift up and down all the time, and they suck compared to the little sliding ones, it's the newer.
Either way, we have to get cages, or whatever, for the cattle.
Yeah, you still have to build a cage for the
Yeah.
cattle.
But we waited on some,
But that was all
at church, they put it up against the
Okay,
fence.
I'm following you.
Let the cattle over, and stepped up on
Yeah, but he said this
You're
has to
agreeing
be
to me, it sounds
attached
like
to
it's-
something for our warranty. We have to attach this to something for our warranty.
That's where he's talking about with the steel plate on the ground and bolted to the back.
Well, that's what I was saying, I think I told them we were gonna talk about, ours got mounted at a piece of plywood, and ultimately that, as it started to break down over a few years, that there was too much sponginess, and I think that was affecting it. Anyway, it probably could have been pulled out and just put back in without it, but it changed the height enough by doing it that way. It just needs, like, say 1x4 inch channel, or square tubing, rectangular tubing, just mount it to a wide tubing, and then you can move it anywhere you want. When it's sitting on that concrete, it's going to be as good as it was bolted to that concrete.
Yeah, that's why I just.
You know, I mean, what I do with mine sits in the bottom of a clip and shoot, like for non-broke livestock and stuff cattle, and it's got a steel floor in the bottom of it, and it's braced under that flooring, under that steel plate, so there's no give. So it actually sits on dirt, but because that steel's that solid and underneath it, it just has all the resistance it needs.
people sitting out building.
So, and I understand the hog, fixing the hog deal, but if you want a digital scale, what's the proposal for the cattle?
I'm not saying let's not get this, I just want us to be very clear that this might be where it's just for cattle. And we have to also pursue something for hogs, that's why I want us to be very clear on that this might not be the only scale thing we look at. That's the only thing I'm wanting to make very clear.
So how long is this quote good for? Is it 30 days or?
Yeah.
No, we really cover that.
It's sitting in our office.
And I'm not been arguing against this, but the software side of this that they did talk about, where it makes it to Excel, we upload it to ShowWorks, all of that is compatible. And Sounder has a software like storage itself that we can make each year a new set. All that was for, I understand, I think it's for, I just, like I said, want to be sure that whatever we do, we know how we're gonna set it up to make it work, and that we might have to do something different for all.
Well, I wouldn't be totally opposed if we had to, like Matt said too.
Well, we need to go pull the water skills out of the morning.
Yeah, I think it's.
Did you just hear him about that, Lucy?
Well, it'll be a lot easier when we pull everything out of there in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
When we pull everything out of there in a couple of weeks, it'll be a whole lot easier to get those scales out. No, and, for the fair.
Yeah.
Well, that is a little problem, I mean, that's still.
I'm trying to speed that thing up.
Whatever you do.
So, my point is, I'm okay with us doing this, I just also don't want us to shut down, if we have to do something different to get, to make something work for all.
I see your point. I mean, if you go by the Cadillac, do you want the V6 motor or the V8 motor?
Well, you might have to have the backup Jeep drive on the other days. Keep miles down with the Cadillac.
Sure. Any thoughts, Jimmy?
Yeah, it's getting late.
You're getting late. You want me to spend on the next agenda? Yes.
Now there's a letter in our contract.
So your load bars, your scale heads, the TW3 by itself, the handheld reader, and the platform is $6,075. Which is about $800 off of the full price. So that's not the suspension load cell and the other scale head, which we probably don't need at all, if we're going for sure gonna be there.
We have to get barn open.
So,
We need this stuff for the fair, don't we? Or just the livestock shop?
well, if we would use it for the fair, you're not gonna get from me that the fair is important enough to worry about this and pushing this, you know, when for what we have, we can just use what we use. So,
That was my thing, if we need it for the fair, I know we need it for the livestock show, if we need it for the fair, I'd say we ought to just go ahead
we
and
can
get
get
it
the
done.
equipment for sure, but having the cage the way the steer's on, I would be shocked if we can get that pulled off and done.
Gotcha.
But there's no reason why we can't have it by the spring show, 100%.
And, I mean, I'll agree that if we're gonna do this option, we need to do it off this
I feel like we can, like I said, we don't need to buy the suspension cell. We can figure out what this other situation is.
Because it's regular price.
Yeah. The only, it's the scale head and the Bluetooth reader are the two items that are discounted. Because they were in the kit that was supposedly scratched. The low bars are full price as well as the platform. So technically we wouldn't even need to buy that yet, but if we're going to buy the scale head, you better buy the low bar.
We have to add something to that platform because it's slick.
Yeah. She said it was diamond plated.
She said that one is plain slick. This one.
Okay.
That's what he said.
In the True Test, they got deals that anchor a rubber mat down, and I mean, mine's been 15 years now. And I haven't had any issues with it. So
Yeah, I don't know if he's.
I think if we could get some,
Yeah, but they're something on it because
there's that plain, the plain stall matting that you used to buy in the rolls. I think if you add some of that you screw down to it where you can do it.
Just some kind of rubber matting.
We use that.
It's just got to be stuck down to it good so it doesn't slip. And it makes a huge difference too. And then stickers, they go putting their feet on that aluminum, they stop. But they don't go right up on that rubber.
I'd make a motion that we get the Gallagher, the 3 items on the top and the platform, and then go from there if we need to make modifications after we got the equipment in our humble hands and we know exactly what, if we have to look at this hard scale, or if we need to look at the suspension bone scale, we can purchase that later, but get this while we're getting the deal that they're offering for us.
So you're saying low bar,
These 3
Or the TW3 and the handheld rear, and then the platform at the bottom.
because we're going to lose that special price, I think, if we don't do something. And then we're going to be back to paying retail for all of it. And then we're at the same price as the True Test when we start. We're doing that.
Is there a motion? Is there a second? All in favor of purchasing the equipment, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Consideration, discussion, and possible action regarding adjournment.
So,
Second? All in favor, say aye.